No stream. We're here for morning stream, middle of the week, Tuesday, prime time day for daytime streaming. Do all the checks, check it, check. Make sure the YouTube stream's up. Make sure the kick is up. Make sure YouTube's not getting any music. It looks good. Title's good. Right, no music on YouTube. We're good. Guys want the stream with music, check out Twitch. If you want it without, check out YouTube. VODs are always up on both. All systems go. All right. We're just gonna vibe code on the DAW and the video editor. We're trying to slowly get the video editor to the point where it can replace my trying to get the video editor to a point where it can replace Kdenlive for me and actually be usable for making YouTube shorts and long form YouTube videos. So I'm gonna try to start giving it a real workload test today. Or we might just keep poking at like little quality of life features and stuff. Other things we're gonna do is we're gonna keep grinding on getting all these drinking animations figured out for these characters. We haven't seen how it looks yet with like a loop happening. But give it a whirl. What else? I was applying to some jobs.
Ad break incoming.
Ad break incoming. Yesterday, I'm gonna finish this thing. Boom, you're here. Ad break incoming. Boom, were you on vacation or something? I feel like I didn't see you for a while. You were on a different Windows install learning AI. Ooh, what part about AI? Have you activated your Claude sub yet? No? Oh my god. What are you doing then? Boom, I miss your streams. You're learning AI tools? What kind of AI tools? Yeah, I miss your streams like during the daytime when I'm like making breakfast or something. I usually would have your stream on and steal music from you, but I haven't been able to steal music from you for like 2 weeks or something. Oh, you're doing Comfy. Okay, yeah, Comfy's pretty dope. It's kind of funny though. Everybody just uses Claude to set up stuff on Comfy. Like nobody actually by hand. Oh yeah, boom! Look, the World Sense got their attack animation. The dude that you're set to right now. They got a cool little bite attack. I think we're gonna die. Yeah, we died. Too late on the power up. You put Gemma Heretic 31B on Olama and he poked it a little. Oh, nice. Okay. So you started messing around with the local models. So using Olama's the starting point, full comfy spaghetti nodes. Yeah. It'll probably be good if you understand it, but what most people do now is they just tell Claude like, yo, set up a comfy workflow that does this. Or like there's a bunch of presets that people already made, you know? And they'll just tell Claude like, I need a preset for this or whatever, and it'll find one and set it up and then automate the call. You know, so you can get Guide Claude better. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's probably true for sure. So the thing with Olama is that's a good starting point, but on Windows specifically, to run Olama, it has to run inside of Linux, inside of Windows, and Olama does a lot of Python stuff, so it's slower. But mainly the fact that Olama is inside of Linux, inside of Windows, makes everything super slow. Compared to Llama C++ or VLLM, which runs it directly in Windows in C++. So like when I was messing with Quencoder, the one I was telling you about, and I sent you the guide or whatever that Claude made for it. When I used the Quencoder Next on Windows, I was getting like 5 tokens a second, which is excruciatingly slow for trying to do coding stuff. And I was like, there's no way. And a bunch of people in my chat kept telling me, like, I don't know, I get 30 to 60 tokens a second local. And I'm like, what the hell am I doing wrong? And then I found out it's mainly because Olama's inside of Linux, inside of Windows. It's extra slow on the back and forth communication. And yeah, and that was why I ended up switching to Llama CPP, Llama C++, instead of Olama, and I went from 5 tokens a second with Quencoder Next to 30. So it's a massive 5x difference when you get out of using Olama and you use C++ inference natively inside of Windows without the Linux layer added on. Claude is cranking on PostgreSQL and link servers for me. Wildly helpful. Dude, I bet. I need a bigger storage disk to set up a local AI OS. To set up like Llama C++ and stuff. Interesting. Yeah, like I just explained, once you do that, you'll 5x the token output speed. And Olama is not bad if you're already inside of Linux or Mac. Then Olama is running pretty decently. It's just inside of Windows is just painfully slow. I didn't learn that until recently. I was just learning all the tools and terminology for setting something up. Now I know what I like. Amazing. Well, can't wait to see what you do with it. What specifically are you trying to make with Comfy? Characters or icons or anything? Nice. Yeah, Comfy tends to be for the visual stuff. Want to see some stuff? Check this out. We got dances. We got cheer emotes, and we did some other crazy shit. Also, the stream's been growing. Boom, it's been going well. Crazy. Like consistently, like once it gets spun up, like the lowest it gets is around like 15 viewers or so. And a lot of times, yeah, a fourth head appears for the cheer. Yeah. That was an accidental one when I was trying to get him to do something else, and Kling did some weird shit and added a fourth head. And I was just like, that as a special emote. It seems kind of like a cool little thing. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, the stream boom has been averaging like 20 people, and like just from having a consistent time slot, and like and you know, my time slot's normally literally the deadest hour in this category where there's only like 400 viewers, and it's pretty cool. Like people have been showing up uh in force. And I posted 3 shorts last week. I got the whole like Kdenlive thing for automatically making shorts has been working super well. Today I auto scheduled a short to post right as I went live, because people suggested that, saying like they have a lot of times where they find a YouTube short and then they look somebody up as soon as they find the YouTube short and they like it, and then they find out they're live and they end up watching. So that's been cool. What else has been happening? Yeah, stream numbers been strong. And then I started experimenting with this specific time slot now of one daytime slot, because this is the peak hours on Twitch, especially in this category. I started doing time stamped posts for the stream, and this is using the date time thing in Discord, where this appears differently for each person depending on their local time zone. I learned this from us posting updates for the game I had to work on for work. We had to do this. So I started doing this now instead of just doing the visual schedule. I changed the schedule up. I color coded the one morning time slot versus the nighttime slots. What else happened? Oh, I think you were here when I started doing this, but I figured out how to successfully remove the music from the YouTube stream every time. So now I'm live on YouTube every single time I'm live. So there's a YouTube bot for every stream. And I tell people that there's an option all the time, and a lot of people have both open, and they flip-flop between lurking and listening to the YouTube stream or listening to the Twitch stream, depending on if they want the music or not. That's been pretty helpful. And what else? And I've been capping my streams to 6 hours, 6 to 7 hours on purpose, instead of like 12, 15-hour marathons. So I'm not like kind of dead and boring like half the time. So I can make it more like a hype like stream where I'm yapping and talking to the chat like a bunch like the entire time. You know what I mean? And I made a second channel called Troy Works. I made a second channel, and this one I'm treating like how I used to treat this stream before it started to become more of like, you know, a concentrated entertainment, community engagement kind of vibe. So the second channel I made is where I literally I go live whenever I feel like it. I shut it down whenever I feel like it. I don't bother rating anybody. So 5 gifted off the bat. Yeah, we got a meter up here now for daily follower, daily sub goal. We made this. But yeah, the second channel is where I just go live whenever the hell I feel like it. No schedule. I just shut it off as soon as I'm tired or whatever. I read chat at my leisure. I do stuff that's more boring and requires more concentration, like video editing, job applications, and a lot of the art, the little annoying like art stuff I've had to do for the characters, like tediously erasing pixels, is better like kind of stuff that I just all this random sort of tedious busy work that I've been shoveling into like this second channel, because I still need to stream a lot to be able to, have that baseline dopamine drip with the ADHD to help me like focus on doing shit, getting stuff done. So we split up the vibes, and we try to make this channel, we're trying to turn this into like a real production. The point of the crazy schedule is like I can uphold those night streams even if I get a job, and I'm already interviewing right now with a few places. Some AAA, some contract AA work. So it is pretty likely that in like a month from now, I'll be having to figure out how to balance work and growing the stream and editing the videos for YouTube. You're super scribed? Yeah. 40K Unreal messages. What's up, Faceless Boys? What are the Unreal messages? Where are you seeing that? That's wild, dude. You missed the low-hanging punt for your stream has been booming. Oh, you're right, Prescott. I did miss the low-hanging fruit there. Let's hype it up. Dude, you're hyping it up. What do you guys think about this? The way I set up the follower and the subscriber goal is it keeps the cap when you guys reach the cap for 1 hour so that you still get the satisfaction of hitting the ceiling on it. And we can see that for a little bit, but then it bumps the goal up further for like new people that show up later in the stream to want to add. I don't know. I feel like it's a pretty good rule for it. Curious what you guys think. Yeah, so Tuso and Faceless and anybody else here, this is my currently regularly scheduled 1 day out of the week daytime stream. If we do any other daytime streams in the future, I think what I would do is I would switch the Wednesday stream to a daytime stream instead of night. I learned last week I can't do a nighttime stream and then a morning stream right after. I'm way too dead. I also have to keep Thursday and Monday free for being able to go to the gym and make food and make sure I eat like a lot of calories on those days, keep the health up and the video editing, dude. So we're going to try to keep this schedule until I get a job. And then unfortunately all the daytime streams will be gone. The other thing we're planning on doing that I've talked about is doing a structured scheduled time where we like review people's vibe coded apps in like games and stuff. We do like a community show and tell, like showcase, and people also get, structured. They also get like real like critical feedback from me. And I've been talking about it, and I think I know when we're going to do it and how we're going to do it and how it'll be again sustainable into the future, even with me balancing a real job. And what we're going to do is I think at this time slot, 11 a.m. my time, on Saturdays, or maybe noon on Saturdays. Like we'll start the stream at like 11:30 to give people time to get notified that the stream's live and pile in here. And then we'll do like a 1 hour window from like noon until 1 o'clock my time. Because I think that would be like 9 or 10 o'clock in Europe on a Saturday. It'd be like 2 or 3 in the afternoon on the East Coast of the U.S. and then like noon on West Coast. So that's the prime time when kind of it's a fair time for everybody. So I think we'll do a Saturday morning stream every 2 weeks, every other weekend. And we'll do community vibe coded apps and games. And we'll keep it a mix of both until there's like too many submissions for one or the other, and then I can split it up and we can alternate. But at first we'll just do like a dog pile of apps and games that are vibe coded. And I'm gonna make a proper like Google submission form with like a Google spreadsheet, right? Where people post the, their username, and then a link to it and a little description about it. And it'll just be first come, first serve, and we'll just have like a list. And I'll do an add everyone ping in Discord, probably after this weekend stream. So I'll spend this week's streams, we'll hype it up. I'll explain to people what we're doing, give it time for all of our usual audience to rotate, through the week. Because different people show up on different days of the week. And then once I've let you guys all know and repeated this like 100 times, then probably like Sunday, I'll make the Google submission form. I'll do an at everyone ping in the Discord, and it'll be open. And then the following Saturday is when we'll do our first vibe coded app review thing. And it's going to be content too, right? Like that's why it's going to be a nice concentrated hour. Because I'm going to post it as a standalone long form YouTube video later it'll be like a live stream on YouTube also, but it'll be, I'll repost it as a long form YouTube video. That'll be a really good piece of content to be churning out every 2 weeks on the channel. And what I want to do for you guys is, so it's not just me like yapping, the way I think we can have you guys, it'll be more interactive and you guys can voice, like, explain stuff to me a little bit. Is I will run a Discord stage in the Discord during the event, and I'll be up on the stage, and then I'll pull you guys up if you guys want to be heard on voice when I'm reviewing your projects. If you don't and you just want to communicate through the Twitch chat, like that works too. That's fine. But I think that'd be a good option and it'd make for better content too. If we have a little back and forth over voice. Probably the first pass when I look at people's stuff, I'll play through it without somebody being on stage. Because the worst thing ever, and a lot of people can't help this, but people that are new to receiving feedback on games, for sure, and apps, people that are kind of new to that process of receiving like critical feedback and stuff. Well, actually, I pull people on stage when it's time for feedback, but when I'm initially experiencing it, it's some people that are new to kind of sharing projects with people, the common beginner mistake is explaining everything about your game or your app and trying to tell the user how to play it or how to experience it. That's never the right way to go about it. You want to let them get a true organic first time user experience when they use it without you interjecting at all, because that'll give you some real data. They'll give you really good data about high points of churn or friction or something in your Fatui first time user, right? Clip that.
I tried trickery, but there's no active review clip. The player isn't running.
You long chatted the clip. We'll see if we get the clip. I'm recording, fortunately, but every time I ask it to clip that, it doesn't fire. I don't know what's going on. It's super. It's been very flaky. The few times it's worked, oh my god, it's been amazing. It's the only reason I was able to make. Oh, it didn't. It's. I'm gonna ask it. Okay, it's because it added a period to me saying clip that, and it didn't catch that in the classifier. I'm gonna say, can you add a runner script action as well? If I look up clip that a runner, it pops up as an emergency version, so I don't lose it. Can you clip what's in the replay buffer right now, real quick? I stop the recording and I'm going to restart it as well, just in case, so it's easier for me to clip later. You long catted the clip. You got it. You knew I was. I was narrating a clip there. Dropping a little knowledge bomb for YouTube Shorts. Oh baby, you like the idea of the community review thing? Yeah, I think it'll be good. Again, like I realize my focus right now is get a job, balance a job, and I don't care about trying to release a specific app with any kind of income goal right now. We're just trying to figure out, how do we grow the YouTube channel? How do we grow the Twitch? How do we grow the community around the brand being more like game dev oriented vibe coding, but we also welcome all types of vibe coding because it's a cool moment right now, cool movement to be a part of. Also, Hermes crop the long cat out of the clip. Yeah. Long arm, it's up. Hey, boys, it's up. Into the Noldrums. Yes, into the Noldrums. We're going. Trying to foster a community of cool, creative, artistic, visionary people. Tuso showed me the subreddit, you guys. It's pretty awesome. If you're also looking for some vibe coding, AI oriented game dev stuff, it's Reddit AI game dev, because the main game dev Reddit's been kind of over, like, turns into a battleground over AI right now. So it looks like somebody made a standalone one just for people making games with AI. And it is pretty amazing, some of the stuff people have in here. There's a lot of stuff that's slop, but there's some stuff every now and then as you dig through here where you're like, whoa, that's pretty cool. Somebody posted that they were doing the same technique I'm doing with the green screen sprites. This one is cool. This guy took his concept of dragging reference images over top, and he made this thing where he drags this pixel art armor piece over these UI panels, and it does a style transfer to his UI, and it makes the UI look like the armor piece here, where now it's styled with the dragon horns and stuff. Pretty wicked, pretty sweet. How the job interviews for you go? They're going good so far. I'll never be able to talk about like what places they are or any specifics about like what stages I'm at or any of that stuff. Not a not a good look to do so, but yeah, that's why I'm just it's gonna stay as vague as like I'm applying for jobs. Green screen is common for creating sprites with AI. Looking good. It is common, but I stumbled on that process just all on my own. Recently, and figured it out. And most people that have been in this stream were like, I haven't seen anybody doing that with AI yet. And I hadn't either. But now that I'm on that subreddit, there's a few people there that are doing it. But so far, I haven't seen anybody else really doing it until I went to that subreddit. So, and like I said, a lot of people have been telling me that it's unusual. It's their first time seeing it. Hello? Why can I not edit my... Okay, interesting. So I'm going to make a YouTube tutorial about it. It's going to take me probably the next 2 weeks to make it. It'll be a good long form, like 10, 15-minute video, but I'm going to make a proper YouTube tutorial about the green screen stuff. Blue 22, what's up? What's a good gift for someone who keeps getting catfished? What? Catfished in what way? Why are you giving them a gift? What is your relationship with this person? You always got to be careful giving people gifts. You look forward to seeing it? Oh, the tutorial on the green screening? Yeah, the green screen has a lot of hidden nuance because there's just a lot of jank that happens. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with the green screen clips. And then there's a lot of ways that Claude can be very dynamic, and Claude with its vision model can analyze frame by frame and figure out tons of shit for you. It can do all the repair work and all the fixing and stuff. Like I saw one guy post his tool on Reddit AI Game Dev, and he has a tool, but he's still like, talking about going in yourself and manually picking the frame numbers that you've set as the start point and the end point, how to splice it up and stuff. And to me, that's the wrong way to go about it. You sort of you want to let Claude handle like a lot of it, and you still specify when it looks wrong. Generally, you're like, hey, like this isn't looping very well. You cut the run cycle short. It's doing a half step instead of a full step cycle. And it'll just be like, oh, okay, it'll go and fix it, or sometimes it can do some tweening with this like FFmpeg technique.
Ad break incoming.
So that's kind of the nuance I'm going to add to my tutorial is how to, yes, you generate green screen clips, but also you need Claude to do a lot of processing work that my Claude skill for doing processing the green screen animations has like 5 different techniques that it reaches for depending on how the clip turned out. What is Trickery talking about? For what? Just met her. She keeps meeting people on social media that are fake, so I think she is bored. Maybe I get her. You're going to buy her a Switch? A Nintendo Switch? Fable 5 is great at that, but Obis 4.8 is decent. Fable 5 is great at what specifically? Processing the green screen clips. You learn first image to last image in comfy UI for video. What does that mean exactly, Boom? I'm down to hear about it. I'm GF2. She's not my GF, man. The old Switch. Are you stuck in the ad? She's like 70? What? Are you stuck in the ad break right now, Blue? I have so many questions, dude. Are you 70 yourself? I don't know, dude. If you guys are in your 70s, do whatever you want, man. But shout out the stream about really low. I thought it was true. Oh, okay. See the server invite I sent you in DMs? I don't know if you're here, Fishes. We're on an ad break. Yeah, what? I Hatsune Miku concert. You're in ads? I figured that's why we're waiting. Wait for the ad break. Bet? Oh my god. Or Excision? Yeah, that could work. All right, guys, we're out of the ad break. A lot of you survived. This thing is much better tuned for 10 people instead of 5. Okay, let me address these questions. Blue, bro, what? So this woman is 70 years old and she's how old are you? Like what? Are they actually your friend? Or are you trying to get with them? Like what's going on here? Trying to date them. Imagine your grandmother was getting targeted by scammers because she's old and lonely. It's your new roommate. Okay. Um, dude, are you like I don't know. Dude, this is confusing, man. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. If it was somebody that was close to the same age as you that you were trying to actually date, you should not buy them a gift before actually having dated for a little bit of time. It's very off-putting for people to go that far out of your way. Without it being like a real thing yet. That's the general advice. If it was somebody close to your own age, you were actually trying to date. But if it's actually somebody that's like 50, 40 years older than you, that is your friend, then I guess that's okay. But you just switches a lot. Yeah, take her to an Excision concert. Johnny9, what's up? Welcome to the YouTube stream. The YouTube stream has no music, by the way, you guys. The Twitch stream has all the music. I keep it split so that people have the option. Because it's something people seem to have a choice of pretty often. Or want to have a choice of. Fishes, I did see the server invite. I could accept it, man, but I'm not going to play Mistfall at all, dude. There's a YouTube stream? Yes. If you go to my YouTube channel, I now multi-stream. It's just a legacy community. Word. I mean, like, I'm literally not gonna, like, no lie, I probably will never read it almost at all. I barely even read the, I almost never even check the Notorious Discord anymore. Like, both the player one and the actual company one, dude. I literally only check, like, 2 Discords ever. I mainly just check mine. I'm really bad about checking other people's Discords. Just because of a, I'll join it just to be cool. But it's like I literally will only check it maybe once a month. Just for real. The reason why I don't check that many Discords is because it's just a lot of extra information in my head. And I can barely keep track of what I have to do right now. Day to day. Like barely. Between there I have like 3 or 4 little mini group chats in my DMs with like friends I grew up with and stuff, and a couple people I worked with. And that's about all I can handle for day-to-day like chit chat stuff. Outside of the stream. That's probably why I can't read that many discords and chatter in discords, because of streaming all the time, you know? It's a lot of internet chat doing 3 or 4 streams a week. A lot already. But I'll join it if it makes you guys happy. Try to set realistic expectations about how often I'll be able to respond to anything if you guys ping me in there or anything. What am I working on? Put cat girls in Noldrums. Man, what's up, Mirror Master? Day 40 of Mirror Master asking for cat girls in the Noldrums. Guys, we have a fox. We have a fox woman now. Okay, she's right here. You're already have her selected as your main Mirror Master. Oh, boom. This is the other thing. Check this out. I was going to show you. This is one of the big accomplishments. You can now control your character. It's a little laggy. There's like a hitch and stuff. We're going to try to fix the hitch and the rubber banding today. We started making it a little bit client predictive, but it is very choppy. So I'm going to try to fix it. Today, we're going to try to fix the latency. This is better than the 5 or 6 seconds of latency that you guys are getting from the stream. Like before, when you would control this, you had to wait for the stream buffer to happen. It took forever. Now I got to open normal Discord so my status looks right. Five coding 2D games. You're gonna troll me and put the crazy cat with a girl bite? I mean, that's not a bad idea. Thanks for giving me that idea. How do I control it? You click the buttons or you do WSD or arrow keys. I'm gonna have a little help thing. It's super laggy today. It wasn't this laggy before. So we're gonna work on the lag today. It's a pretty tricky problem. My local computer is the authoritative server on this, and what you guys are seeing is, you know, my local machine having to relay it back out. So you're sending your inputs from wherever you are in the world. They're going to my internet server, which is a DigitalOcean droplet in New York. Then it's going from that to my local computer, and then it's going from that back up to the server. So it's still not great, but we're going to try to improve the client predictive side of this to smooth out what you guys are seeing on your end. It's worse today than it was on the last stream. It's on Saturday. It's way worse. So I'm at the point now we need to start troubleshooting and profiling this and figure out if it's a browser like rendering performance side thing causing a lot of the lag and the hitching, or if it's just the networking. So this is kind of the main goal today. Is we're going to try to get the latency down for you guys when you're controlling these guys. I think first thing we'll do, though, I'll add a little help icon, a little question mark help icon, and you guys can click that, and it tells you the hotkeys. So you kind of know what's going on. Yeah, these channel points don't work. So we found out that with Twitch, you can't fetch channel points through an API at all, external API, and you can't trigger reactions or redeems through an external API. The best we can do is we could make a Twitch extension like an overlay extension that shows up over the Twitch stream, and we might do that as an option. But I think for people that are on Kick and YouTube, like for my web browser version, we're gonna have to make our own currency that is separated from channel points on Twitch and bits and stuff. So we're gonna have to figure that out. Prescott, I'm going to go with what Blue just voiced. Where are the cat women? Oh my god, you guys. Mirror and Boom. I think that's getting close to the majority. Be able to run a survey, yes, no, on cat girls. Go to the website. Yeah, it's this website that I posted. There's not a good way to navigate straight to it from the website either today, which I might fix that as well. Like, we need a way. Oh, what does this guy say? You click that intent, empty, no reply. And based and but I still want vocal confirmation from the text to speech. Add a backup if it accidentally goes to Hermes. It should be a skill. The manual one in a runner is just an emergency backup in the case of failure. Okay, we're skipping that tune. It's pretty noisy. You've been there before. Interesting side explore. Yeah. Are you automating anything with AI? I mean, yeah. What this thing is doing is we've automated making short form clips as best we can for the stream. I still have to edit a lot of stuff by hand. AI, there's too much repetition I do when I'm explaining something or stuttering or filler words, and there's like super nebulous when to cut those things out or which one to keep or when to actually keep some of them sometimes, because sometimes I do need the filler words. I can't just give it a blanket rule of like take out every time I say like or but. Definitely you can take out all the ums, but when I say like or something a bunch or something, I say or something a lot. Sometimes I need to keep them for the flow to even make sense in the sentence, and I actually used it like how I normally would. And those kinds of things I've found AI is not good at making the exact correct judgment call on those kinds of micro edits in a short. So the best I could do is I get the previous, when I say clip that, I get the last 8 minutes of the stream in case there was some long explanation and there was a bunch of setup for it. But generally it's the last like 2 minutes that I need. And it makes this whole project for me where it's got everything's positioned already. And I couldn't do this in Premiere with an MCP because Premiere's API is broken for even positioning video clips. It's pretty frustrating. But yeah, so it when I say clip that with the AI, it automatically clips it. It automatically makes a new folder. It's labeled after the title of my stream in my clips folder here. Makes a new folder in the clips folder with the date, the format I want. So it has the date stamped. Then it has the exact title of the stream. And then it has the raw MP4 clip. And then it has the video project file that it already made. And it structured everything here. And it has my animation with a crossfade on the banners going from YouTube to Twitch at the bottom on the banner images. It's got them, stacked in position, and it generates the captions. These captions are off for some reason here. The caption generation doesn't matter as much. It's there for me to get an idea because I have to delete and remake them once I scrunch everything down. But this has been a massive time saver. At first, the process was as horribly slow as it could be. Then in March, I vibe coded a tool where I, after the stream was over, would take an entire stream and then shove it through this tool where AI would find clips, and I would give it editor notes sometimes on which clips to grab. And now we've advanced it to the point where in real time, I like say whatever the answer is to somebody's question, tell it to clip, and then boom, this whole clips there, video files there for as soon as I'm done with the stream. And that's how last week, like, it finally is coming online and it's working. The machine's working. That's how last week I was able to publish 3 YouTube shorts in 1 week for the first time ever. And I'm going to do the same this week, and I'll be able to keep that consistently. And they're going to be actually like good, solid, relevant ones, not kind of like filler garbage that the AI went and like found and thought was good out of the stream script. Because a lot of times it doesn't find very good clips on its own. So this is probably one of the most useful automations that I've created for just running the stream and the YouTube channel. The other automations we've created are on the Krita side of things for doing image work. So for processing sprites, if I make a character in Midjourney, I'm able to just tell Claude, and this is because we forked Krita. So we built our own complete AI native integration with CLI commands, like no MCP or anything, where Claude totally pilots Krita and does whatever I ask it to for Krita. So I'll copy the image location and send it to like the Claude that's running Krita. And I'll tell it like, all right, here's a new character. And it knows to take the character, then run background removal on it, then run a multi-layer color processing to get rid of the Midjourney muddiness and add more, get the colors to be more saturated on the character and to pop more. And so, yeah, so literally I'll make the image in Midjourney and then just drop it and tell it go. And it imports it into the project. It puts it in the right category for what character type. It names the layers. It creates the background cut version. Then it creates the recolored version, and boom, I've got this. So that's an automation we've done. Another automation that we have is my stream schedule that I post every Monday. This project I built by hand in Photoshop a long time ago, and then I went through the pain of migrating it to Krita so that it could be automated. So I have 2 different versions of this schedule. I have like one for if it's a panel down in the bottom in Twitch, and I have this one that gets posted in Discord, Instagram story, and Twitter every Monday. And it requires me to, toggle which days are online and offline. I used to do this by hand in Photoshop, right? And that's why I didn't do it consistently, because it was annoying and like time consuming. So I would toggle what days of the week I'm online or offline in the project file here, and then I would have to update the description of what I'm doing.
With the fix.
And then I would also have to update the times if those have changed at all. And then I would have to update the dates of Monday through Sunday, what day of what week it is on here. And I did all that by hand before, and now there's a Claude skill for the Claude that runs Krita for the stream schedule. So I literally just tell it, I just load /stream schedule in a Claude, and then immediately it's instructed to prompt me with like, are we adding any new, are we changing the days of the week that you're online or offline? And I just tell it yes, and I tell it which days, or I just say no, keep they're the same as an option. And then it asks me if the times have changed, and I say yes or no. And then it asks me if the description has changed, and I say yes or no. And it's like, all right. And then it goes, it makes all those changes, and then it prints out the PNG files for me to post. And I'm going to take it a little bit further where I'm going to automate the posting of the schedule on the Discord channel and on that's the only one really. I can't really automate my Instagram story, and I can't automate my Twitter. But I'm going to automate the Discord channel schedule posts to happen every Monday. So I'm going to consistently every Tuesday, it runs it, it gets the PNGs, and then it's going to queue it up for a bot to do the scheduled task of posting it on Monday, whether or not I'm like online or offline to handle that, you know? So that's another really helpful automation that we've created for maintaining the stream stuff. What else? And then the other ones are for that I'm going to do the video tutorial on this week is for how to process the green screen animations for the sprites. So that's a series of skills and stuff from Claude. And I just make these and then I download them all to a folder, and then I just tell like a Claude that has the right skills, like for sprite animations, like, hey, we just added these emotes, put them in the game, you know, add them to the stream characters. And it takes it from green screen all the way to functioning in the game as a sprite sheet and stuff automatically. So that's everything that we've automated so far. It's mostly focused around so far like the 2D game dev process and content creation, streaming stuff. My avatar is on your overlay, but not on the website. What do you mean by that? Which one did you pick, and what are you seeing? Where's the mismatch? France versus Spain FIFA just started. All right, cool. Let me know how that goes. Can you trigger it to take a screenshot? A screenshot of what? What do I need the screenshot automation for? Do you think? Very cool automation. Is that a public creative fork? Yes. My creative fork and my plugin is public. Eventually, you guys will get little scraps of stuff as you ask me for it and as it gets published. But like one day, I want to package stuff more cohesively as basically Nuldrum's, like as a whole like Linux distro almost. Like null OS like package, and then people can pick and choose pieces of it that they want, but it'll be a like full stack AI native creative tool set for Linux for doing AI game dev and content creation, I guess, too, right? Is the other get from All right, fishes, are you still here? I'll join the Discord. It's like I said, man, I'm like never gonna check it. None of the three-headed sprites are on the website. There's only one. Right here, this guy, the World Synths. You don't see this guy? Do you see this guy? The scientist? You won't see Trickery and you won't see Nully. They are account exclusive. Bro, this is... I swear this image is still the wrong image. Oh yeah, guys, we still need to make Blighted Crone 1. I have like a backlog of art tasks to do. Dude, all these images are freaking wrong. Like, these are all wrong. These are all the low color versions. And it keeps telling me they're right on the website. And that it's because it's cached and it's freaking wrong. At this point, I've rebooted my computer. The website's been re-uploaded a million times. It is not cached. Images that's causing the problem. There's another deeper problem going on here on this webpage. They look fine to you guys, but to me, I can tell these are the low contrast, crappy Midjourney versions in these thumbnails. Exclusive skins, yeah. You said that you sent a screenshot to Claude to tell what to do. I was like, could you just trigger Claude to take a screenshot in Krita? A screenshot. Oh, for processing the images? No, I send it the file path of the image. Or I tell it the name of it. I send it the file path of it. Who knows which one to process? I mean, they weren't on the website where you can move them around. Oh, on this pilot? Let's see. Yeah, which character are you, dude? Is your dude even here? Monostromy. I don't even see your character on here at all. Okay. Yeah, so you want to help me debug it? Swap characters. Oh no, wait, you're right, because Boom's not here either, right? And is Boom the three-headed guy right now as well? Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Ad break incoming.
Hey, we got the party. Now you guys can see it's come a long way. Mainly because they cheer now. When they drink, they just hold the mug. Nobody really has a drinking animation except for Trickery, and I need to see how that looks when it loops. Oh yeah, and the Blighted Crone too. She's got a cool drinking animation. She scales weirdly though during it. Yo, Innocent Meow. Thanks for the follow. Trickery's drinking animation looks like it's not looping very well. He's just holding it up to his face. He's not like taking multiple sips. This is my first time like seeing that really happen. Noble Red 2 is growing like crazy during his cheer animation. I'm analyzing all these new animations on the characters. Some of them have scaling issues. Some of them have coloring issues. Some of them aren't looping very well. Constantly trying to sand off the rough edges.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Nice. Codex tokens completed for this week. I see empty windows. Agent's not working. No, I still, they gave me more resets on Codex. I have too many resets. I don't know what to do with it. The $20 plan has been more than enough. My Claude is going down to the $20 sub in a few days. We'll see how long I last for that. Might not last very long. Okay. We got a bunch of little bugs. We got a bunch of little bugs. Let's see. Hey, Noble Red 2, when he does his cheer animation, it looks like he grows in size. And his scale is not consistent with his baseline character size. Oh my god, I gotta turn this song. I gotta skip this song. The beginning's cool, and then it gets really annoying. That's the part I gotta skip. Faceless voice. Here's an idea. Work for those AI image video gen companies with your portfolio. What you're doing now, I think you have a high chance to call them labs. You could help them make their tooling better. Potentially. Like, I did think about wanting to apply to Anthropic and just telling them I made a game engine. There's a bunch of people that have made an AI game engine at this point. But yeah, I don't know. There could be something there. Right now, I'm leaning towards continuing to work in the game industry as a designer. I think, I don't know. I don't feel like there's that much left for me to learn from a game design standpoint at this point. There's a little bit, but I feel like I've reached a pretty big point of diminishing returns versus working more in the realm of like engineering or, like you said, AI tooling or something. But I do think it's still really helpful practice And it is, if I work in different genres of games that I'm not normally comfortable with, I think that'll also really help me a lot as a designer. But it also helps with credentials too, for just on being on the internet, you know, being like, hey, I'm a game designer guy first. And I still don't have like a super critically successful project under my belt in my work history yet. And I feel like I kind of need one. Um, so that's why I'm still leaning towards the game industry. But I do agree that I have considered like, man, I feel like I should just send Anthropic a demo reel of the stuff that we've built. I think if I keep posting YouTube videos about like the AI voice setup, which a lot of people are doing, BridgeMind's thing is basically the same as what I've set up. His is more focused on mass amounts of agents. I feel like BridgeMind has a good chance of getting offered a job at one of the labs for tooling. And like I said, if I did, I would focus on like, I heard Anthropic was trying to make a game engine with Claude at one point. So just as an experiment. So I'd be focused more on like that side of things. I totally have ideas on how Midjourney could be better. They need to separate color palette from drawing style if they can. I bet that's a massive AI data engineering feat to accomplish that. Kling is Chinese. I can't work for Kling. That'd be impossible. Innocent Meow, what was your life before this? I am a senior technical game designer for my current title for what I do for a living. And I got a computer science undergraduate degree, but I've spent my whole life focused on going into the game industry and working on video games. And I have multiple solo indie games. I have 2 solo indie games that I spent 2 years straight on for each of them. And one of them like released and was marketed and stuff and got a grant. So my background is almost all game development. But all the things that come with game development, which includes a little bit of art stuff, a lot of sound design stuff, making music, programming. Since you have art background, you are highly qualified for that. Yeah, dude. I mean, I've considered it. If I post YouTube videos about the AI tools that we've built, or Krita for sprite animations, or workflow with the agent doing announcements and stuff, and the voice management stuff. If I start posting these YouTube videos and they get some kind of attention, and like someone at one of the labs or something like reaches out to me, like I'd definitely be interested, and I think that'd be a more likely path into that world than me knocking at their door a bunch, you know? That's what happened to one of my friends just now. This year his specialty is the intersection of like finance and finance laws around the healthcare industry. And he started posting like, whoops, he's gonna respond now. He started posting like a bunch of TikToks related to that area that he's an expert in. He made an app. He like vibe coded an app in that world, and it resulted, his TikTok got enough attention. He got like 20,000 followers in the last few months. It got enough attention that like a really big company in that space reached out to him and gave him an interview, and he showed up and demoed his vibe coded app that had to do with healthcare and finance, and they gave him a job as a product manager at that company recently. So I think that's kind of the better path is, build up your reputation on the internet for what you're doing first. Carve your own path. And that's the word of advice for any of you guys. I think that's the future, just in general. I think like word of mouth is still the strongest thing, but I think more people are gonna get, you're gonna have a higher chance of getting a job instead of just being like a completely silent person with no internet presence. You're gonna have a higher chance by being someone that has a little bit of an internet presence and has something to show that you've posted on, that's what people do on LinkedIn, right? They're making posts all the time about, I made this tool, I made this application, I made this library, this framework or whatever, and it does this and whatever. I think all of that is super helpful now for setting you up for a job over just bullet points on a resume. So especially if you can get stuff demonstrated in a video format and posted on the internet, that is the most convincing thing and the most engaging thing for anybody. It's way more fun to watch a video about what somebody has accomplished than, again, reading their resume and then banking on the person reading your resume to put the pieces together and picture in their head what you're talking about. It's just such a big investment. Okay. This guy's going to look into why the 3-headed characters are not showing up on the piloting portal. Hey, everybody right now in chat that is using the World Synth character, none of them are showing up in the pilot page, like, at all. Innocent Meow. So being chronically online will finally be an advantage. Yeah, as long as you're posting what you're building, what you're accomplishing. You're not and chronically online doesn't just mean blowing up the comment section of it. Yo, productive dudes here. 6 tier 1 subs. We reached the next threshold. Sub goal. Say welcome, dude. Today is our 1 day out of the week daytime stream. Like I said, I might move the Wednesday time slot into daytime as well next week, but I'm not sure yet. Highly likely I will have a job in about a month from now, and we can't do any more daytime streams unless we do some Saturday stuff. But enjoy it, you guys, while it's here.
Claude finished investigating.
Innocent Meow. Yeah, as long as by being chronically in line, you don't just mean being a troll in the comment section on stuff. That's kind of what I picture when I think of somebody that's chronically too online. Okay, this guy's fixing the 3-headed characters not showing up. That's the main one right now. Blighted Crone 2's drink still has some sizing issues. I can't quite explain order it's happening in. Thanks to the gift sub. Yeah, guys. We got to come up with some more emotes too. We're on this grind of building the channel, and one thing on my list is for sure to get more than 4 emotes. I was trying to think of some the other day, and I was thinking about Boom's advice on it. Where I'm like, what's a It's an emotion that we haven't covered with our emotes yet. That's something people use. I don't know. God, think. Did you have some feedback from me a few days back on something? I can't quite remember. I thought you were gonna tell me something. No problem. The stream's the best. Stick around. I am sticking around, dude. Like I said, we structured the schedule and the time slot in such a way that it'll be sustainable going into balancing a job is the hope. We just gotta stick to it. Yeah, dude, let's go bring this up. Okay, so guys, Productive Dude, he is a YouTuber full time. Y'all should check out his channel if you're interested in some AI stuff and how AI is useful for business, running a business type of stuff, especially. Productive Dude. This channel. Whoa, dude. Bro, you got like another 12,000 subscribers in just the last month. You're catching this AI wave for sure. So what does it say, guys? So Productive Dude here. That dude looks very productive. Yeah. Productive Dude here, he has also vibe coded his own video editor for Mac. And he is trying to automate as much of like the video editing process as he can as well for his videos. But he does like these really good long form, like tutorial style videos. And he said this one was the first trial run of actually using his own vibe coded video editor to make his video. So, and he said the video did well, but in his opinion, there was some things that the AI did that were still kind of weird. And I had some feedback on this as well. Can you link me your Speed Girl music, something that is at the top? I lost the link you gave me. Yeah, sure. I'll give you the Suno playlist in a bit. But anyways, so I watched this video, man, and the only thing I noticed is that it's like the amount of camera motion was a little like too much for me. I went and watched one of your old videos about Claude skills or something from like 4 months ago. And I felt like it does the zoom in thing on what you're talking about like a lot. And then when it does, it's not like still. Like it's constantly doing this slow pan in a lot of moments. Like, I don't know, like this, like even that little motion, you know what I mean? It's like you already scrolled down, but then it just like jumped it to the left when you said download for Mac OS. And there's like, I don't know, that was what was a little too much for me, was just the camera motion when you're trying to talk about something. Whereas like in your videos that you did yourself, where you're just like Windows in the top right, I think that's probably part of what's disorienting. I feel like you should keep your portrait overlay locked in like the corner and not be like hitting, because there's other times too where you're like half on screen with your camera portrait. You're like half on, half off, and that part looks kind of weird to me. That's okay there. Right, like right here. This is like disorienting to me a little bit. Yeah, this is one of the moments where I was like, this is weird. So that was the only thing I felt like, is it's like a little too like getting crazy with the camera motion for what you're doing versus like what you had before with like your highlighted cursor and stuff. I felt like does a lot of work sometimes for simple things that you're talking about. Yeah, like that right there was a lot. Oh my gosh. It just like doesn't stop moving, and it almost feels like you're on like a roller coaster or something. So I don't know how much of that was the AI, but it just felt a little bit overboard. And like I just said, I think looking at this a second time in my mind, if your camera views stayed like pinned in the corner and stayed the same size like the whole time it's doing all this crazy camera motion, it probably wouldn't be as bad, honestly. I'd probably think about it differently if I had like a visual anchor to look at. So Uh, yeah. I wonder if it helps keep people engaged with the roller coaster zooms versus if I should just release without zooms. I think zooms are great. I think zooms are super good for explaining stuff, especially when there's like text that you have to read that's small. But like I just said, like looking at this a second time, I think, dude, you could keep a bunch of the zooms. There's still some that were weird, right? Where it's like instead of it just right here, instead of it just going top to bottom, it went top to bottom, great. Then it did a little nudge to the left and it made it a little like just a little bit too much, or I'm like, well, I'm on like a roller coaster. So there's a little bit too much like bidirectional, like movement in both axes. And I think it's easier to stomach for a tutorial if it's locked into one axis a little more consistently for some stuff. And when it's not just a zoom, but it's like a pan. I don't know, but that doesn't make sense. If you went from the left edge of the screen to the exact middle, then you can't, you have no option. You can't do it in one direction. So I don't know about that, but yeah, like I said, watching this a second time, I think, dude, if you keep your webcam, your camera view like here, if it was pinned to the bottom left here and the camera view just stayed the same size, I think I probably wouldn't even think anything of the camera motion. I wouldn't have that much critique about it if it wasn't for your camera like also getting lumped in with the zooms and the pans and all that stuff. So that's my only thoughts about. I immediately noticed that as a stark contrast between your older video and then this one. Yeah, I don't think zero camera motion is the right play either. You're definitely right about engaging the viewer by having some. Definitely right about that. Zooms are good, especially for mobile. Yeah, that too. What's up, Jessica? It's going good. Today is our one scheduled during the day stream for this week. You don't want people getting car sick watching your videos? I'll have to record the camera and screen to separate files and have it dynamically update or zoom edits. Yeah, try that, dude. Try keeping your camera just in a fixed location, and I think it'll make a massive difference. Let's look at, I think, dude, I noticed I watched Theo. Theo is awesome. That, his content gets kind of annoying sometimes and sometimes good. But he's awesome that he records his freaking YouTube videos live while he's streaming on Twitch and YouTube. And it takes him like 4 to 6 hours to make a 30-minute video. And I was watching him, in action on Sunday. I love that he does that. And his editors are grabbing stuff in real time as he's narrating. And you get to see him fuck up and make mistakes and have to re-record the same line like 3 or 4 or 5 times in real time on his stream. Super cool. But I think I was watching one of his videos and he locks his camera. And I thought it was interesting that he uses the exact same style camera as you, where it's just a card with rounded corners, no decoration or anything. Let's check out one of his videos. I'm pretty sure he does do some good. Oh, look, he's moving to Linux too. Everybody's joining, dude. Dude, Theo's moving to Linux also. Holy shit, dude. This is the wave. Linux is here now. This AI fixes everything for you on it. Okay, so he's got, yeah, his like text is pretty big and stuff. Windows GID? What does GID stand for? Let's see if he does any zooms here. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for zooms. I don't see zooms. I just see him opening shit. Yeah, he's got the same camera style as you. Just rounded corner card with the background included. So I thought this would be a good comparison. Okay, he's just talking about stuff. He just has his text like really big on screen. I could have sworn he does like little mouse pointer actions and stuff sometimes. Okay, he's just zooming inside the panel there. I don't care. This is an awesome drum and bass remix, the Deftones song. I just yapped over the whole thing. Um, I don't see him doing any zooms. This isn't a good comparison. Maybe your video will be next level beyond his when you start having all your dynamic camera movements, but you keep your webcam pinned in one spot. I'm really curious to see what that looks like. Yeah, there's no good example here for him of what I'm picturing. And it's probably because he does his stuff live. So I think that boxes in a little more what he's doing, like Zoom wise and stuff. Anyways, fun little look at where leveraging AI for video editing is going and doing YouTube work. It's pretty cool. Thanks for the feedback. No problem. I'm curious about it too, dude, because I'm gonna try to, steal whatever ends up working as well. He's talented. He's got a good team. He does have a good team. Linux is the AI future. It is the AI future. What's up, Frankie? My audience is not technical enough for Linux, but I love if I can make content about it. That wasn't for devs. Eventually, it'll become more mainstream in like a year or two from now. I literally like one of the designers that I worked with at work. He's like well, he's a game designer. He's a little bit technical, but him and his wife just switched to Linux too. I told him all about it. Told him how awesome it is with AI to just kind of sand off all the little rough edges with Linux that'll drive you crazy in the past, but now you just fix it. And yeah, he's kind of a more normal person that I know that also just fully switched to Linux. With him and his wife both switching. They just switched like a week ago and they're loving it. So I think it's going to be pretty mainstream in like a year from now. As people have to be comfortable enough to know how to use Claude in a way where Claude has access to files on your machine so that it can do the fixes for you. I think as more people figure that out, it'll be. My audience, wait, I will go full Linux on your next PC build. Well, you can do it on OneRAID now if you just buy another hard drive. That's the best way to transition. Just get another M2 drive, man, and put it in the same machine, like I did. You should move your Windows box to Linux. Dude, because how fun it is to watch Troy tinkering on his entire thing. Yeah, it's endless, dude. You just customize it for what you like doing on your computer specifically. I just ordered some vinyls that are like 90s and 2000s house music and
Ad
D&B
break
inspired by your
incoming.
playlist. Dude, that's awesome. I bet they're really sick. I bet a lot of the tunes that I've listened to on this stream are on some of those vinyls. There's a pretty limited pool of good drum and bass from that era. Global Device ID. It's the ID tracker Windows uses for all registered accounts, tracks your activity across devices and junk. Interesting. UK Andrew, yeah, and with high hardware costs, Linux can help people get some more oomph from existing computers. They're all like UK vinyl, so they cost a ton for shipping. Oh man. Ad break. The ad gremlins are invading. We're on an ad break, you guys. Hard to find sealed ones. That makes sense. All right, during the ad break, you guys, let's actually get some prompts going. Yeah, it's the best of those genres. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. I've had theories before. The UK is uniquely, insanely good, insanely talented at making electronic music. Like, in my opinion, almost more so than any other country. It could have to do with the weather or something. I don't know. They have had electronic music as a part of their culture longer than like the US. Um, but at this point, like electronic music's become so ubiquitous that like a 13-year-old today that's starting their production journey or younger is on in theory on the same level playing field as someone in the UK that's the same age, but there's still this like insane insane level of talented young music producers still just like popping up out of the UK and a lot of them will be like a flash in the pan in the bass music world or the drum and bass. They're like really super talented, but they're also kind of a little weird and crazy and they just fall off immediately. But I've seen some crazy producers come out of nowhere. They're like 16 years old or something out of the UK. And they have like this new fresh take on electronic music in some way that is like incredible. Some like I said, some of them stick around and then some of them are very weird. And they kind of have a meltdown and disappear, unfortunately. Even though they're hyper talented. But I swear the most insane electronic music prodigies on average seem to come out of the UK more than any other country. And apparently, specifically, Bristol is a major hub for electronic music artists. There's a lot of people there that just are hobbyist producers for some reason. And people have said if you live in a townhome in Bristol, you can just hear tons of people on your street block, like producing music late at night. Pretty pretty interesting. You messed the gremlins up. I saw a video of Fatboy Slim producing music with an old Atari STE computer. That's awesome. I think clubbing like that is more popular in Europe as a pastime. Music is a big part of it. Yeah, probably so. You have to do a lot more money spending, a lot more driving to get to shows and stuff in America. Um, you don't just walk there or hop on a train. Your friend made a drum remixer from old two-color Game Boy. The heck? Tradition? Yeah, tradition. It seems culturally just a big thing. Psycho Zen, you just reminded me. You asked for my Speed Girl music playlist. Got it. Got you.
Claude finished digging into it.
Oh, by the way, you guys, this is random, but my 11 Labs subscription renewed and I finally got enough credits. I completed my language learning tool for Japanese, Korean, and Mandarin. If you guys are ever interested in trying to learn those languages, the tool on my website is it's pretty nuts at this point. It has audio pronunciation for all the example sentences and the characters and the words and stuff. Now playable and generated from 11 Labs, and it covers the entire curriculum all the way through collegiate level for all three of the languages. It's a massive token burner. It's gonna, I don't know. I won't even get through all the curriculum on there in my lifetime. But I hope it brings some use to people. The main feature is it uses the concept of active learning to require you to actively type translations of sentences one way and the other, from English to the language or from the language to English, with a pool of thousands of practice sentences. So you have to do a lot of active recall to figure out how to construct those sentences going from one language to the other, and typing on your keyboard too should hopefully help ingrain some kind of muscle memory. And you could do it on mobile as well and try typing on the mobile keyboard, like the Mandarin equivalent or whatever, which is the Japanese equivalent, which is crazy. So in theory, it should be amazing. I just don't have time to even use it yet. I'm hoping soon, though. I made that tool because I want to roughly learn all 3 languages for the purpose of being able to talk to publishers and stuff. Publishers and investors from Korea, Japan, and China for game company stuff. You know, it's a very important business language. You get bonus brownie points at a lot of companies are partially owned by, or they have publishing deals with, like Tencent or Krafton's based out of South Korea, or Nexon, they're based out of South Korea, or Sony, which is based out of Japan. So it's pretty common in the game industry to be working at a place that has some kind of overlap with one of those 3 languages and countries. And a lot of the job applications, if you can put on the job application that you're business fluent in, like if you're trying to work at Riot and you can put that you're business fluent in Mandarin because they're owned by Tencent, it's huge bonus points. And it lets you command even like potentially like a little bit of a salary bump too. So I have real reasons for having made that tool that pertain specifically to the game industry. Yeah, guys, that playlist I just linked, I'll post it in the y'all. I'll repost it so it gets blasted on the YouTube VOD as well. That's this playlist of this super fast anime girl drum and bass and trance and halftime music we made on Suno that Psycho Zen's asking for. I call the genre speed girl music. Some people hate it though. I think it was Long Arm. Long Arm couldn't stand it. He's like, I'm not a fan of this baby voice music. That's what he said. And that's why we started multi-streaming to YouTube with no music on the YouTube channel. So if I'm listening to baby voice music that you guys hate, you can just switch over to the YouTube channel instead of lingering in the Twitch. But if you want the baby voice music, come over to Twitch. Yeah, as I started doing this thing consistently, a lot of people actually keep both the YouTube and the Twitch stream open. And they switch depending on, what kind of, if they're really like trying to focus on like co-working with the stream, then they'll switch over. All right. I'm going to skip that song before the screaming part. You played with it briefly. Nice. Is that tool somewhere in the Nuldrums? It is the Nuldrums. I have it in the marketing department. I wasn't sure where to put it. I'm not trying to be insulting by having the Asian languages be in the meme marketing page. I just thought it was like, it's actually relevant for marketing. It's just a business related thing. No emotes here? No. Is there custom emotes on YouTube? I should make some. Or just copy the ones we have. Yeah, if you guys want the language tool, the way you get to it, I'll link it as well. So it's in the VOD. You go to the capital city in the middle here, Hexalith Metropa. Then you go to the meme marketing department over here. I put it there because kind of generally, like I said, I made it for the purposes of business. And then here we have the Mandarin study guide. Ooh, I need to make a unique icon for this. We should maybe do this today. This other one is camera guide. If you guys want to learn just general broad terminology for cinematography shots, that's what this is for. But anyways, over here on the right, it's called Mandarin study guide, but it should be called like East Asian language guide or something. But you click on this and then boom, here you go. You've got Mandarin, you've got Japanese, and you've got Korean. And these are the difficulty levels of curriculum that you build up to. There's a different name for each one, but it's the same concept between all three languages. They're like standardized tests that all students go through. Well, generally, I think it's a little different if people actually live there, but this is what anyone trying to put on their resume that they're business fluent these languages. You have to, for Mandarin, you have to go all the way up to HSK 6. For Japanese, I think you get to N1. And then for Korean, I think you have to get to topic like 5 or 6. Yeah, a lot of these, like level 1 is like you're like a kindergartner basically. You're like a kindergartner or first grader. You're like a 6 or 7-year-old. Level 2 is like you finished elementary school. Level 3 in a lot of these is like you finished like middle school. And then a lot of them, what's beyond level 3 is like this is like high school level here for Mandarin, at least once you get through level 6. So a lot of them, to be business fluent, you have to like be able to pass the, like, prove that you have to go take an exam at like a sanctioned like testing spot, which is usually at a lot of universities that have the they're accredited with being able to issue the standardized test for you to prove that you're business fluent. And you basically have to take the test at the high school level, like as if somebody's a senior in high school, and they've completed high school for that language in that country. And then everything beyond that, like HSK 7 through 9 in Mandarin, is collegiate level. And I don't know if Japanese counts down, the other two count up. I think this is like collegiate level vocabulary for Japan. And I think Korea, this might be collegiate level. So it starts to get really insanely hard at this point, where it's like super rare for a non-native speaker to be at these extra high levels. Like this is a lifetime of learning on this website. Yeah, so I'll link this in the chat too, you guys. This is now completed. There's so much to do on here. Feel free to use it at your leisure if you're interested in learning those languages. The other one I think that's worth learning for investment is some form of like Arabic. There's just so much investment money in Saudi Arabia. Crazy. But they're still pretty new to investing in the games industry. It's not as commonplace and like as the East Asian countries. Yeah, let's see. Monstronomy, Jessica. A music free stream. Yeah, just tune in on the YouTube. You got both streams over right now. Nice. Sweet tool. Yeah, I hope other people get more use out of it, honestly, than me, because it's going to take me so long before I get around to using it. It's going to be crazy. Okay, guys, let's see what we got to do here. Two things to note. This is on the site repo, not the engine. It needs a commit plus deploy. Yes. Prone 1. Not a computer. I'm a real girl. I love this song. Virtual Girlfriend's the name. Name this pane animation Claude.
Got it, this pane is now animation Claude.
Name this pane Stream Tunes Claude.
Got it, this pane is now Stream Tunes Claude.
And it is hot in here. What the heck? My AC's running. Yeah, it's finally feeling like summer here. 85 today. We're finally starting to feel the heat as well. Shit, I was gonna post on my. I'm trying to consistently post my Instagram story every time I'm live as well. Post some more of the reels.
Animation Claude finished investigating.
All right, we posted it. Oh, the other automation we need to do is posting. So I pre-scheduled my latest YouTube short to launch right as the stream went live today, and the TikTok video as well. But who cares about TikTok? It's dead over there for this type of stuff. So I pre-scheduled. This was your guys' suggestion. You guys suggested scheduling a YouTube short right as the stream goes live, because you said sometimes you find the short and then you see if you check if the person's live, or you look up their stream, and sometimes they are, and then you end up converting and like watching the stream. So I need to schedule auto posting this in the video channel in the Discord as well. All right, we did all that. Did all that. Did all the posting. All right. These images are the wrong color. Yo, Prescott gifted 5 subs. Now we're at 16. Oh my gosh. Dude, why did my camera just lag? What's going on? That the sub bomb just like nuked the camera. Such a crazy sub bomb. Hmm. Triple gifted subs. You guys got me wanting to do more daytime vibes now. Restarted my computer multiple times.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Here's what it looks like. You can look at it yourself and do a comparison if you want, but I want you to point me to the folder that the images exist in, so I can literally open them up on my local machine here and double check myself as well and compare to the original images. All right, he's fixing that. He's fixing that.
Stream Tunes Claude squashed the bug.
Name this pane Video Claude.
Got it, this pane is now Video Claude.
Squishing bugs sounds fun. We are squishing some bugs. I see a bunch more people piling in. So you guys know, If you want a music-free version of the stream, tune into the YouTube version. It is there. Yeah. Let's get an automation going for scheduling the. Hey, just get up to speed with this skill. What I need your help with is we need to figure out how to automate and pre-schedule the Discord posts for this. We can run the bot for it on my Perforce and like lore server if we want to, as a place to host the automation. I'll be right back, you guys. I'm gonna get coffee so I don't fall asleep in the middle of the stream because I only slept for like 5 hours. I keep doing this thing. I sleep for 5 hours, then I'm awake, and then I nap for like 2 hours in the middle of the day. So I'm gonna start getting really tired probably in like a couple hours from now if we don't coffee up. I'll show you guys what the apartment looks like right now with actual daylight. The stream, it's pretty crazy. Very rare.
Claude finished investigating. Ad break incoming. Claude needs you to pick some options. Claude wrapped up the investigation. Animation Claude wrapped up the investigation.
All right. Got a donut, chocolate filled donut, and my favorite, black coffee with 5 milligrams of creatine. Mm. Mm. Creatine and coffee? Yeah, that's what I like doing. The brain juice in one cup. Dangerous. The cat's trying to jump on the desk. I don't want her to knock the mug over. Dangerous. What are you doing? It's a donut. It's not for you. You don't get a donut. I feed you chicken and tuna. That's what you get to eat. You don't get to eat a donut. Silly cat. Cat doing? Cat thinks she can eat a donut. What's she thinking? Implementer hit a temporary model capacity. What is that? Gletthorpe, where did that happen? Stole chocolate twice and threw it up. Stole a breadstick and hit it on a cat hiding a breadstick. That's funny. Okay. Had a little coffee donut break. Uh, 5.6 souls. Sam Altman today. We're gonna move mountains to continue to scale, but it is possible there's some hiccups soon. Well, I think we all knew that was coming. The the demand has a greater possibility to vastly outpace the speed at which they're building new power plants and new transformers and power infrastructure. Like, there's no way it can keep up right now. The early years. Okay, we're gonna get the SpaceX data centers. I think they'll have the first SpaceX data center in space, like working a year from now, and it'll be able to outscale power plants and data centers on the ground within like 3 to 4 years. Shared secret HTTP restart of failures. Skill write schedule.json plus PNG to a folder that's synced to the server. Okay. All right, let's do a little bit of QA testing, a little bit of sending Claudes off to do some stuff. Hey, when I drag a video clip onto the timeline, I'm not seeing like a preview of what size it's going to be and where all the tracks are going to land. Oh, this is the grid snapping? What's up? Grom, Tino, Gromit's no? I don't know. No, it's my own DAW. It's my own vibe
Claude is
coded from
asking you two
scratch DAW.
questions.
But we're slowly building. I'm spending all my codex tokens on this DAW intermittently over the last like week or two. It's going to take some time before we have all the features that I need to actually use it in place of Ableton on Linux. Like Ableton doesn't work on Linux. So that's why I wanted to make my own. That's the layout and the workflow is the exact same. Hey, there's like a dead zone on the title of clips where I try to drag it and instead is jumping
Video Claude wants you to choose an option.
the playhead on the timeline. Oh, Gromit from Norway. Okay, that was cool. I started using an MCP with Ableton to do mastering. It works really well for the initial frequency mapping and other nerdy mastering stuff. That's awesome, dude. Fix the color on all the dance animations. Some of them, I think all their colors got
Codex finished looking into
exported and
it.
fixed. Let me restart I'm gonna restart my webcam and the stream tunes because we fixed some scaling issues on the cheer animation for some of the characters too, and I need to see if those changes worked. Gromit, that's pretty cool, man. Yeah, I've heard the MCP is pretty decent for Ableton, which makes sense because the project file is just XML file, you know, for Ableton, and that's something that AI can do a good job of manipulating and editing. So Ableton seems positioned where it's already pretty well usable with AI. I'm just making my own AI native thing where there's no MCP needed. Instead, we're doing CLI commands that we're programming into the editor from a baseline. And I heard Ableton announce they're basically doing the same thing. Yeah, so we're making an AI native DAW, but most importantly, I wanted something that looks and behaves exactly like Ableton, but on Linux. And Bitwig is a good alternative, but it's not really made for AI integration. Actually, I like making my own tools now too, just so they look and feel exactly how I want. If others here in the chat use Ableton, try out Producer Pal. You're not going to vibe code your own Ableton. You've been using too many years. You have learned all its quirks. Yeah, it's a huge project. I have learned that vibe coding a big piece of software, there's a bunch of annoying constant headaches with just things you take for granted, like keeping the undo history functioning as you keep adding new features, making sure the undo history behaves the way that you expect it to is a constant push and pull. Let's get this guy. Hey, my camera is lagging a little bit in the StreamTunes editor behind my audio. We fixed this before, or at least I was told it was going to be fixed the next time I restarted OBS and restarted my computer. I'm streaming right now, so I can't restart OBS again. But can you figure out like what that attempted fix was and why it didn't work? Weird. It just cut me off. We tried to fix this before, and I was told that it would be fixed after I restarted OBS. And I've restarted OBS and my computer multiple times now, and it is not fixed. So can you figure out what that attempted fix was and why it didn't work? I'm streaming at the moment, so I can't restart OBS again today, but figure out what the fix was, if it would have worked, and if the fix is fragile and breaks between restarts or what. Yeah, dude, all the and what you said is if you start vibe coding your own software. Yo, Tarsus Lima Dev, thanks for the follow. By the way, for the new people here, I say this every 30 minutes. Everyone's probably tired of hearing me advertise it. But for the new people here, if you guys want to listen to the stream without music, you can tune into the YouTube version. You just want to hear the yap and be a part of the group discussion about AI tools and stuff. But if you want to stick around and tune into the radio station and the party, basically, you can keep chilling in Twitch. Yeah, Gromit, what I was going to say is the benefit of once you start building your own tools, it's really painful for like, it takes like 2 weeks to a month to get it kind of stood up and working the way you want. But once it's working the way you want, then it's like all those things you were talking about that are quirks to you, at least things that you feel like are quirks that are weird that you wish were different. You just start fixing them. You just start making your software to work the way you want it to. You know what I mean? So one example I have compared to Ableton is when I'm auditioning samples in my sample folder, I put in a standalone volume slider for my interesting. I put in a standalone volume slider for my preview window for auditioning samples because I got tired of that in Ableton being tied to it's part of it's because I'm streaming. Whenever I'm streaming and doing stuff, I constantly have to have more like fine-grained volume control over my like browser tabs or like an audio preview versus like the level of volume the actual project's at or something, right? So that's just one small thing that I created in this that's like a quality of life feature that doesn't exist in Ableton that I'm pretty stoked on. You know, the skeleton here is still way more bare bones than Ableton, but that's as I'm going, I'm like rethinking things to work the way I wish they'd worked, you know? Yeah, dude, these icons are all like super pixelated. These knobs and shit, and like hey,
Claude squash the burger.
Can you fix the aliasing on the like play icon in the preview window here, the speaker icon, and all the knobs, the dials for the parameters on the plugins is pretty
Video Claude paused to ask you something.
pixelated, and it's like, and I can tell that it's not actually like a circle. It's like some kind of octagon or something. What's been the most tricky part of working out? Audio routing interface automations, VST compatibility. Nothing so far. VST compatibility is going to be difficult. At this point, I don't think I'm going to be able to get that much stuff compatible that I already own. Like, I'm still going to have to use Ableton for a lot of stuff. Like, I'm not going to be able to get the kilohertz VSTs to work in Linux, probably. Because apparently the licensing for most plugins is actually what gets tripped up on Linux, not the actual functionality of a VST3. They wrap the VST3 in like wine and stuff to get it working on Linux, and it works. But I guess the licensing apparently is difficult. Cyber licenses, yeah. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna vibe code my own plugins in the clap format that the Bitwig guys made, because I guess it's a potentially more efficient under the hood, a more modern and efficient version of the other Linux native format, LV2, which I guess is super old and very like single threaded and stuff. So I think I'm going to end up programming kind of my own version of the stock Ableton plugins. I'm going to end up vibe coding my own version of all the stock Ableton plugins using the clap format. And I think that's largely what I'm going to end up using. And then I'll figure out, once I have like the basics, then I'll figure out, okay, how can we start getting, you know, VST3s to work a little better. Maybe Melda plugins will be easy to pull in. Yeah, the ones that I'm concerned about that I feel like I can't recreate. Like I feel like I can recreate a linear phase filter. I can recreate an all pass filter, you know, make my own version disperser. The synths I'm gonna are too big to try to replace, you know, Serum and Faceplant.
Codex wrapped up the
I can
investigation.
probably make my own version of Operator that's good enough for most use cases. But I think the big thing that I feel like I can't recreate right is all the reverbs that have some kind of real world room impulses and stuff that they're modeling. That I think is beyond being able to just vibe code, right? Yeah, like Valhalla Room, for example, I don't think I can replace that. I've still got too much crazy stuff in Ableton. I'm still gonna have to do sound design in it. This DAW isn't going to be 100% a replacement, but it'll be a replacement for like while I'm streaming game dev work on my Linux install. If we're like, oh, we need a little sound for this or sound for that, like I'll at least be able to do my workflow with like processing audio samples and stuff, you know, like processing Foley sounds and stuff into game sounds. That's kind of the main base that I want to cover. I don't really plan on this DAW having enough parity with Ableton to be able to actually like produce bass music with it or something. It's just for making like game sound effects on the spot while streaming. And it's a fun experiment.
Ad break incoming.
Probably gonna get it is not yet. I don't know if it will be anytime soon. That and my video editor, they're so undercooked, and there's a big, you know, if I want to make something usable for other people to use outside the box, I got to do a lot of work. I got to package it in a way where if people at least point their AI at it, it'll be able to make it usable. You know what I mean? But I probably will one day. What I'm planning on is somebody asked about my Critifork earlier. I don't know who that was. Whoever asked about that, I'll post the Critifork if you want it. That's public. Run an ad break. I'm gonna hold off on explaining stuff for a little bit during the ad break. I was gonna explain what the plan is with posting the DAW and stuff. If you guys are tuned in on the YouTube stream because you're trying to listen without the music and all that good stuff, be sure to give the stream a like. I see that Bridgemind does that a lot. I think it helps while streaming promote it to the algo to a few more people. Also subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. We got a massive goal of 100K subs. It's going to take a long time to get there. But we have a lot more momentum than I used to, which used to be 0. All right, we're back from the ad break. What I was saying about the video editor and the DAW, posting them on GitHub. I don't know when that'll happen. What I'm planning on doing is eventually I'm going to take every tool I've built, the video editor, the Linux workflow with AI, the DAW, the Critifork, the Inkscape fork when I start using Inkscape at some point for vector graphics, That's a little bit off, a ways off. And those are the main ones. Once all those are at a really good point and I keep using them myself, I feel like they're really functional. I want to package like everything and make it a kind of like a Linux distro, I guess, and call it Null OS. Just like I call everything, because Null Drums is the game and software company. So everything's null, null video, null sound for the DAW, null video for the video editor. I kind of want to call it Null OS, and it might be like a Linux distro, or it might just be like a big package, a bundle, and people could use pieces of it if they want. But I want the whole thing to be this one cohesive package of AI native tools for people that are doing game development and content creation with AI specifically. You know, that's the vision here. Like, we will package all this up, but I'm not trying to push it or promote it until it's ready. I'll give you guys GitHub links, you know, if you want, to stuff that's up and running. Like, if you guys want the Krita fork and the AI native integration for Krita, those are on GitHub. I can post those. And then the other one is my voice agent setup with the text to speech and the speech to text on Linux. Those I made public as well, and I think I packaged them in like a way now where I think you should be able to just like point your Claude at it and it'll work. You won't get this workspace thing though, you know. That's kind of my setup. That's why my setup's free and I'm not like trying to charge money like BridgeMind or Canvas guy is. It's because mine's still like DIY. You're on Linux if you want the setup. So I expect people to DIY it a little bit, but it's still all you do is you drop links to the GitHub repos for Claude and tell Claude like set this shit up. And the other pieces that have to be installed is Ghosty and Tmux, or just Tmux really, to be able to direct the AI at specific panes. So so right now everything's like this mesh network of fragmented pieces that people are welcome to like tie together themselves using Claude, ideally, or Codex, rather than me trying to actually make a polished like product that I'm trying to push and sell right now, you know. Remember, different audience for DAW, video editor, etc. You could be making actual cash selling a kit with the knowledge like this guy. VibeGameDev.com. Let's check out this dude's link. I'm not though, man. I'm trying to like, dude, this seems to be a really popular color scheme. I've seen several people make these vibe coded game oriented websites that are bright orange. Members get all 16 projects, the 2 newest games plus Sprite tool that built them. Oh, he's doing the green screen Sprite tool as well. That's so weird, dude. Everybody's getting the same ideas and doing the same things at the same time. Interesting. Yeah, 450. Yeah, dude, I don't care. I'm going to undercut the fuck out of this guy, dude. I don't give a shit. I'm trying to grow. Look, my YouTube stream title is Revive Coding a Game Company to 100,000 subscribers. I'm gonna give shit out for free because it literally takes me like a week to make shit. This guy's charging $450 for something that took me like a week to figure out. So to me, a lot of these pieces are like a little joke. You know what I mean? Like a voice agent that talks to you and confirms when your Claudes are done working. Like, that's why it's just outrageous to me, and why I'm just gonna make YouTube tutorials and then just drop a link for people to download shit. And if people download it, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do like the SoundCloud download gates for stuff that I give out for free. Is what I was thinking about. So it's not all just going to be open source and GitHub. I think I'm going to have it instead where you have to just follow the Twitch stream and follow the YouTube or subscribe to the YouTube channel, and then you get shit for free. Instead of charging people money. He's got some cool shit. See, like he put a lot more effort into making this a product though. That's when you charge people money. Total value $3,000. What? Yeah, okay. So this explains why he's charging more money. Battle test skill.md files. He's got stuff for he's supporting like Claude, Codex, Cursor, and anti-gravity. So he's doing a lot of shit. He's got more of a product, like an actual product. That's what I'm saying is like I don't want to put in all this effort to support like a million setups and situations and stuff. I just want to make YouTube videos about here's the ideas for you yourself to go prompt this into existence on your own. And then here's my free thing if you just all you have to do is sub to the YouTube channel. And then you get this thing for free that's like an example or a skill file or something, right? Good job on the website though. His website's pretty cool. I like his website. Everyone does the number one. Everyone says they're number one. It's the biggest. This is the biggest marketing hack on the internet. Like when it's something like nebulous that you can't really define well, you can always claim you're number one or world's best. World's first? Well, that's something that you can conclusively disprove. Saying you're the best, you can always say that. Or number one. He's got thousands of people that pay him 400 plus. Bro, that's wild. Let's go give some shit out for free, dude. He's like pumping YouTube videos. Damn, he's probably got a good editor then. Pay that guy and not just go with UE6. UE6 is a little ways off. 5 cool dudes so far are building the same spaceship game as I am. Ever since you started doing devlogs on Insta and Reddit, 2 of them are vibe coding it also. They're building like the same type of game. Like, how similar is it to? So that's fascinating. Definitely a way to do it. People are willing to pay to have stuff fed to them. Yeah, it seems that way. I had an archery YouTube tutorial dude that gated some of his really good content Patreon sub levels. Yeah, people do that a lot. I want to gate it like the SoundCloud follow gate. I want people to have to follow the Twitch and subscribe to the YouTube. That's the only 2 metrics that I care about increasing by sharing knowledge on the internet, you know? "40-minute video on vibe coding game sprites." Jeez Louise. I have no knowledge about doing AI pixel art. Yeah, you said this. He's got 97 videos so far. That's pretty good. Interesting. Oh, look, he was doing stuff a while ago. With Unreal and AI, he started building up this brand a year ago. Not that many shorts. These are good thumbnails on the shorts. Really good. Interesting. According to the website, yeah. Number one, according to the website. Do we start doing that? We change the stream title to number one AI vibe coding game dev. 2D top-down spaceship game. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like probably any game genre you think of right now, there's about at least 10 people in the world making the exact same game, if not 100, with AI tools at this point. But it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. When you make a game, that's what's really going to separate everybody, is who keeps going and takes their idea from one shot slop to polished final product. That's what's going to separate separate the pros and the amateurs in the vibe dev world. All right, guys. We're going to keep going. We're about halfway through the stream. I'm going to change the music up a little bit. We listen through this guy's music all the time on stream, but like I never get tired of it. Okay. See where we're at. So we're trying to see if I was asking it for okay, first of all, the grid just like stops for some reason. Hey, the grid just like stops for some reason when I zoom out a lot. Can you figure out what's going on with that? What did this guy have to say about the camera lag? What the fix was: feed RVM 1080p instead of 4K plus 1-to-1 copy fast path plus small sleeping open MP pool to keep the mat at 30 FPS. It's fully applied right now. Why it's not fragile doesn't break between restarts. Every piece persists in live. Why restarting OBS didn't help, and the restart did reapply the fix. OBS is what restarts the daemon, but your current lag is GPU CPU contention. GPU at 96%. VC Face Utilities Editor plus Chrome plus OBS all competing. There's a different bottleneck than the one fixed review. No restart can clear. The mat is starved to 26 FPS. Why did we not have this problem before when the camera wasn't going through the game engine? How do I trigger the drink animation manually on my trickery character? Hey, whatever you did to make to
Claude
get
answered your question.
rid of the dead zone on the title bar, it actually made it worse. And now, no matter where I drag on the title bar, it doesn't drag the clip. Also, the text for the title bar is not vertically centered in the title bar area, and the font size probably needs to be a little bit smaller to accomplish that. And make sure that the binary is not like stale on the starter.null sound example project that I'm testing on. Type emote drink in your own chat. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. It's holding it. Okay, from what I saw, it's like holding it. It's like looping where he's holding it up to his mouth the entire time. That's not what the behavior that I wanted. I wanted it to um hold for just a little bit of time that has a tiny bit of variability and then repeat the sipping like a random, like the full animation, like a random number of times of him drinking without the mug like fully disappearing. That's what I meant when I wanted a loop of it. Is him raising the cup and then putting it back down and then raising it again, which we can do with a ping pong.
Codex finished investigating.
Two things got worse, and neither is what the FPS fix addressed. GPU contention, the dominant cause. The engine is now a continuous heavy Vulkan workload. The whole avatar sim text and the camera shaders that used to live in OBS all run an engine at 60 FPS. Parks a big GPU consumer rate next to RVM's CUDA mat on the same card. Today, the GPU is at 96%, so RVM gets starved. Or RVM never had to share the GPU with the engine because the camera never touched the engine. Extra pipeline latency. You went from one copy RVM OBS, several hops. RVM shim engine composite 2K full frame CPU readback shim OBS. That readback is itself a known tens of milliseconds stall. It's why the readback path had to be moved to host cache staging. Each stage adds a frame or two delay, so even at a healthy FPS, you'd feel slightly more lag in the older. FPS was broken. It was solving RVM's own footprint. Putting the camera through the engine introduced a brand new competitor for the exact resource RVM depends on, plus added latency stages, and the fix never touched either of those. That's why it worked, where it doesn't boil or not. The architecture around RVM changed on RVM, so we're noting the VTuber. Okay, so if I didn't want the crazy feature of being able to pick up avatars myself and stuff, and we go back to using the camera directly through OBS, the main thing I want is I want my camera feed to still be sandwiched in between the background environment art plate. Would it be cheaper and less GPU usage if somehow we have two different source outputs from the StreamTunes editor for just the background environment plate and then everything else, so that I can layer it with the original OBS camera all inside of OBS? Do an assessment for me on how that would reduce the latency. Hey, my Codex weekly reset time and meter is just like broken right now for some reason. My Codex session's at 1%, but I don't know why the weekly meter broke only for Codex in the taskbar. The Kdenlive file is in the exact same folder as the MP4 clip. The actual diagnosis. Okay, go ahead and regenerate the WebP versions of the character selections then, and do a deploy to the website when you're done with that. Let's see, the three-face guys should be showing up in chat in this browser window. There's no one that is the three-face guy in chat right now, though, so I can't really test it.
Claude finished investigating.
Serena night for Cody Eyes has up for research, so you know our day is Tuesday afternoon. Okay, that's good to know. I have a ton of stuff to do after the stream today. I can't do it. But that's good to know. So much shit I gotta write cover letters pretty much the whole night. The cover letters are the bane of my existence for applying to game dev jobs. They have to be so customized for every single company that you apply to. And it's just the biggest bottleneck. I gotta write like 3 or 4 or 5 of them tonight. Okay, now that we fixed the no-show characters,
Claude finished the bug fix.
I need you to primarily help me focus on figuring out the performance and the client predictive in nature of the movement on the site, because it's very laggy and rubber bandy and stuff right now. It's pretty bad. And I think where we left off is another Claude told me how to gauge if the hitching is because of the browser rendering or if it's because of the networking. It asked me to look at some tools in Chrome, but we have our own
Animation. Claude wrapped up the task.
We have our own Chromium fork. Can you do some like research into what it would take for you to access and run those profiling tools yourself inside of our custom Chromium fork? And after you do some research, let me know if it's going to require a recompile of Chromium, because I might ask you to hold off on that because we're streaming at the moment, and it tends to, you know, really tank the CPU. But I think we set the Ninja flag for number of cores to use to 30, and maybe we can compile it while the stream's running if we reduce it all the way down to like 16 cores or something. Please, Parakeet, get all of that. Don't fail me, Parakeet.
Claude finished looking into it.
Fuck. Okay, got it. It didn't lose all that narration. Thank goodness. All right, let's make sure the daily one works here.
Ad break incoming.
Can you add some kind of logging or something? Because it still feels like there's a dead zone and a visual like mismatch with where it thinks the title bar bounds are on the clip and where I'm trying to drag it from. Dad, gremlins are here. Power up.
Video Claude squashed the bug.
Can you also fix the issue with the clipping skill where a separate clips folder is being made inside of the clips folder instead of it making the labeled stream titled new
Stream
folder
tunes Claude finished investigating.
inside of the base clips folder? Even though he knew or to ask her is what's causing the screen flicker to happen. Output file to it's Friday. Oh, that was what the clip was. Hey, it's this project and the clip in this folder. Rename the clip and the project to AI tells us about the weekend. Hermes tells us about the weekend, or Oranex.
Claude wrapped up the task.
All right, we're gonna automate the stream schedule and the
Claude finished the fix.
YouTube short broadcasts a little bit more. Heck. Fix these. Holy crap, a pre-scheduled YouTube short just got nuked in views. This is insane. This is the first pre-scheduled YouTube short I've ever done. I try to time it with the stream. This is insane. This is so bad. This is crazy. This is insane. This one was actually a very informative short as well. That's really sad. $12 views in 3 hours. I've never seen one do that bad. Not since when I was posting game clips. Oh, these were pre-scheduled too. Maybe that's why they did so bad. All right, guys. Well, we learned something here. Never pre-schedule YouTube shorts. That's sad. I'll probably delete that one day and re-upload it. Get my phone. I have to change the thumbnail on the YouTube short and the TikTok.
Claude finished digging into it.
TikTok, edit the thumbnail. This is so dumb, you guys. I don't know if anyone's done this. When you post a short or a TikTok, you cannot edit the thumbnail without literally the mobile app on both of them, both YouTube and TikTok. You have to go into the mobile app and click the little triple dots. They're both the same. I don't know why they lock this behind being on the mobile app. It's so stupid. You have to go to the triple dots, then tap the edit, then edit cover, and then you have to scrub through the timeline on your cell phone screen. It's very finicky about where right there. About where you want this thing, and then now save, and then now I've edited the thumbnail on the TikTok and the YouTube. We're gonna try like manually posting to the next short that I make this week. I'm gonna try actually like manually posting through the app onto TikTok. See if it makes a difference in the views. Always auto posted them with Adobe Express. But clearly you guys do not pre-schedule your YouTube shorts. Just it crushed our views today. Okay. All right, let's keep vibing. Let's keep vibing. We're up to 25 people on Twitch right now. If you guys want the stream without music, tune in to YouTube. Bounce back and forth. Pick your poison. We got some pretty chill vibes right now. We're listening to Lomaji. This artist, Lomaji. I've done this almost every other stream for the last couple of weeks. I just go to their discography and just hit play at the top and let it run all the way down. And it's been amazing for the stream. Actually, it's perfect balance between chill and like driving kind of motivational drum and bass. All right, we were juggling a bunch of claws. They're looking at a ton of shenanigans. Migrated the one misplaced folder. Okay, next. All right, we're doing some more automations on video stuff because one of the processes that I've had to do the last few months is like I constantly have to manually record the streams and then I have to categorize them like afterwards. Okay, well, it looks like it is saving their name. So let me see. Okay, now can we add like titling of the clips and the clip project file automatically, where if I say clip that and then I say title and then whatever I say after title in the voice command is what we use for the title. And then if I run that clip that script manually, the emergency one from KRunner, bring up a text prompt that lets me manually type what the title of the clip was myself as well. Because that's another process I keep having to, even though I ask another Claude to do it, it's another step that should be folded into our automation. Automation. Yeah, it was interesting. I saw that guy that's kind of like the Bridgemine copycat, the Canvas guy. He's using Parakeet as well. I watched one of his recent VODs, and his speech to text is the parakeet voice model instead of open whisper. Pretty interesting. The next thing after this guy does this is I want my screen recorder app. This one. Screen recorder. This thing's awesome. Super minimal. Totally bypasses OBS. It's hard coded for my upper monitor for recording gameplay footage for clips and stuff. And it lets me pre-title clips when I'm recording. The next thing I want to do is I want to take this a step further where it automatically selects the folder. It detects if I have a video project open already, like in Kdenlive here. It detects which video project is open, and then it sets the correct file path as soon as I open that screen recorder app, so I don't even have to like open the file path thing and mess around with that almost ever. Is kind of the hope. Well,
Claude finished the task.
okay, check the logs on the last few like clicks I did. They were in like the upper 25% of the title bar, and they were well within the selection border of the clip. Okay, I think the Claude that fixed this. Hey, I think you fixed the codex weekly meter, but now the codex session meter is broken. I have a codex session like running right now. Do I need to refresh it for the hook, the new hook to like work correctly or something? Hey, if we were going to distribute the GitHub repos for Krita in our like plugin for it to make it AI native, how many GitHub repos is that right now? And can you link them for me? I'm gonna bundle them into a
Claude has a question for you.
stream command for Nightbot. And
Codex finished digging into it.
let me know how much of it is Linux specific versus being portable across Windows and Mac. Name this pane Krita Claude.
Got it, this pane is now Krita Claude.
Name this pane Auto Post Claude.
Got it, this pane is now Auto Post Claude.
Name this pane Clip Claude.
Got it, this pane is now Clip Claude.
Is this new with a new update of Codex? Because we had no problem before. Name this pane Rice Claude.
Got it, this pane is now Rice Claude.
Wait, what's the full file path? Can you write it out for me?
Claude answered that for you.
I close out Caden Live. Go ahead and fix whatever you need to fix.
Critter Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Have you seen stream Team Vash claiming to bankrupt WoW because they are making the MMO that allows you to progress infinitely? Yeah, I'm friends with them. I just rated them like last week. Actually, I rated them exactly a week ago from after my daytime stream. Last week because none of my other usual raid targets were online. But yeah, Vash himself, I've known them for like, dude, I don't know, like 5 years now.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Vash first found my stream when I was working on my mini card game MMO on the core platform, like literally 5 years ago, I think, and was giving me shit for him and a bunch of other people.
Claude's done with the task.
They're like, "Why are you making an MMO on this like platform instead of doing it in Unreal?" You know, and I did it because it was a massive shortcut to getting a proof of concept for a combat model that was different, up and running, and I got to be a big fish in a small pond on that platform. But it was cool. He started hanging out my stream around that time frame. And he still pops in and checks in every once in a while because he knows I am also a diehard MMO fan. He played the last game that I worked on, Eldegard. When we came out in early access like a year ago, he hopped in to Discord, and while I was streaming, and me and him played it for a little bit. Also, I used to be a QA tester on the PvE mode of Save the World, Fortnite, the Fortnite PvE mode. And that's what he mainly built his YouTube channel up on originally, and his Twitch channel. And that's such a niche thing. So that's how we ended up kind of meeting each other and becoming friends at first. We talked for a little while about that because I was on the QA side of all the stuff that he was making content about, like the first raid boss and stuff in PvE Fortnite. Pretty cool. So yeah, so I'm friends with them. They're on my team. The Team Vash stream is on my list of auto streams whenever I'm offline. If you guys ever try to check if I'm on, it's been like that for the last like 5 years. They've been going strong. I'm amazed at how steady they've been on their mission and how long him and his wife have been able to grind at what they're doing and sustain it, you know, for so long. It's pretty crazy. Impressive. He is very he's highly opinionated about certain things, which is the way you need to be somebody that has a strong vision for an MMO or any game in general. Most game designers I know are very strongly opinionated. You talk about one game feature or another with them, and they immediately go, "Oh, I hate that feature in game," or "I love that feature in games. It should be in every game." And he's no exception to that. One thing he has a strong opinion about that I haven't talked to him about, I was going to DM him, is whenever he shows up in this stream, he hates the music. He's the biggest hater of music in a stream. And he literally goes out of his way every time he tunes in. He DMs me after and he's like, "You shouldn't have music on your stream. It's alienating people and it's shrinking your audience and your potential reach because you have music." Like he hates it. And so I'm waiting for him to show back up again. Now that I have the option and I've figured out how to split it. I always tell him, I'm like, "Dude, music is a 50-50 split whenever I ask people in the stream." And on top of that, actually, it's part of my brand with the visualizers and having been a DJ and all this stuff. But I always tell them, I'm like, "Dude, it's a 50-50 split. Twitch needs to implement a slider for everybody. They're fucking up by not doing so." But we figured out our own solution in this stream now. And the results are in. Right now, 24 people are watching on Twitch with music, and only 3 people are watching on YouTube without music. So there is such a thing as different audiences in this category, you know. CM Griffin has a little bit of music in the background at all times, and he streams every day. He has a bigger audience than either one of our channels. Sturdy Iron Key, what's up? You can always mute and throw on closed captions if they exist. I don't know if they exist in real time on Twitch, do they? That's crazy. Nah, he wants to interact and stuff. Yeah, if he shows up here again, it's been a couple months since he was here. If he shows up again, though, I'm very excited to announce to him that he can now listen to the stream without music anytime he wants. Anyways, so that's the extent of my interaction with Team Bash. We'll probably raid them, you guys, when I'm done with today's stream. Which we got about another 2 hours. Boom, want to hear about a funny game feature? Sure. Psycho's in. That's good. At least they won't get blindsided listening to the wrong people, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we're juggling a bunch of clods. They're all checking different things. Leave it for the next real moment. I'll just test it when we get there. The next small automation that I want you to do is when I open the screen recorder app for doing a gameplay recording, can we auto detect if a Kdenlive project is currently open already on the machine and figure out what folder that Kdenlive project exists in and set that as the folder setting for the screen recorder app the moment I open it. So I don't have to like set that either most of the time. I just type the title in. Seen that massive Cursor 0 day that came out? No, I did not. Another tool for you to invent. Audio mute to speakers, built process via tool, and then outputs live captions via regardless of where the audio source coming from. Sounds cool. I try to look into separating giving people like a separate music audio on Twitch. And it's not possible right now. I was going to do it with an internet radio station, but it would be so out of sync. Like the music visualizer would be out of sync, and it'd be just shitty. Boom. Blizzard currently has a bug in StarCraft 2 that allows you to load already sieged units into dropships. So you can shoot from the dropship. Do you think it was vibe coded? I don't know. That's a good question. Are they vibe coding everything at Blizzard? I wouldn't be surprised if StarCraft 2 has so many hard-coded exceptions put in for all the weird interactions between different units and stuff. And it's probably a pretty fragile set of rules. I haven't kept it the past few days, which I normally do. Some out of tokens and waiting for that 15th Fable respawn. You were going at it hard. Nice. Gotta have that window of rest so you get a fresh mind. Yeah, that's what I was supposed to be in this last month. I was supposed to just be applying to jobs and chilling. Then my friend gifted me a $100 Claude sub And I was purposely on the $20 sub for both Claude and Codex to try to limit myself because I'm an addict. and, and then he did that and he told me I want to see more null slop. And here we are. He gifted me the sub, and now we have all these characters at the bottom of the screen. They just appeared. Gave me the sub, and next thing I know, we replaced stream avatars. But he also gave it to me because he wanted me to stay on Linux, and I just switched over, and it was the Linux transition was moving really slow with the $20 sub. There was too much stuff to set up. So that was actually the main reason he gifted me the sub.
Ad break incoming.
And it worked. I never leave Linux now. I am at the point where I do 100% of everything on Linux. The only thing I won't be able to do is really awesome sound design and music composition. I need to do that in Ableton with all my plugins on Windows. But I've replaced all of Adobe at this point.
Claude finished the task.
I have no reason to go into Adobe other than to transfer out existing projects. Let's see if Trickery's drinking animation has been fixed, as well as the cheer animation for Fox 2 during this this party ad break. There was some scaling issues with a few of the animations and stuff. The second Fox is still getting too big for his size. Yeah, he's kind of popping weirdly. So it doesn't look like I can trust Claude to fix 100% of the scaling issues on some of the animations. I'm going to have to go in and honestly do a little bit of editing with the onion skin feature turned on myself and Krita. They're not bad though. The little issues with the cheer animations, most people will not notice. I feel like that party went pretty well. What do you guys think? That looked pretty cool. We're still missing the eating animations and we're missing the drinking animations for a lot of the characters, which I'm about to fix. Today we'll start generating the drink animations. But that's a pretty good start there. Pretty good progress. Just sent you a DM on Disc with the link. The link to what? Were you the one that mentioned the 0-day vulnerability in Cursor earlier? Who mentioned that? Oh yeah, that was you. Sorry, your name is like almost the same color as Iron Monkey. You guys are both talking. Yeah, the 0-day word. Yeah, you guys both have pink names right now in my chat window. I'll look in a minute. Ghosty is the best, isn't it? It is. It's pretty cool. But I feel like I don't really get to use it that much now because I had to use Tmux inside of. I was just using plain Ghosty, and then I had to add Tmux into the mix so I can name the panes. But I guess the thing I like is that you just drag and let go and it auto copies. I think that's the one thing I'm getting out of Ghosty for sure. Like, I'm not even getting the benefits of the Z. I have Z Shell or whatever installed as well. And I don't really get to see much use out of that either because I'm inside of Claude's chat. You know what I mean? But it seems pretty cool. I like that I've been able to have the color of it like dynamically change with our color scheme changing. That part's been pretty dope. All right, Monkey, I did a performance change on Llama C++, so I can use 35 B models on 16 gigs of VRAM with 32 gigs RAM and 70 tokens. There's a massive performance bug in Llama that made it as a custom hardware specifically for my hardware. Very snappy and responsive. Out quality accuracy loss. Gotta love unslossed models. Go down to the bug section. All right, look at the 0 day real quick. Let's do another round of prompts. Cursor 0 day, when full disclosure becomes the only protection left. The vulnerability nobody seems interested in fixing. MindGuard on December 15th. Open a project containing a git.exe binary in the repository at root. If the attacker planted a malicious git exe in the repository root, Cursor will execute it automatically as part of the path resolution logic without warning, approval, or even indication that executable content from the repository is about to run. That seems like the biggest problem. There's not even like an indicator of what it's doing. Interesting. Crazy. Just runs a exe from Git repo. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You are 2 hours away from getting your food. Okay, she went to go play with her pen that she loves chewing on. Floor down there. All right, guys, let's get another wave here of some. Okay, I closed it out. Can you make sure the example project's up to date?
Codex finished digging into it.
Okay, sounds good. I guess commit anything and push anything if it needs to be. So if you send your repo link and open it with Cursor, your machine is mine. Yeah, that's insane. Trust nothing. Okay, apparently the latest Codex update, it's not sending token session or total tokens used for the session, the 5-hour window. anymore, so it broke my meters down here for session for Codex. I only have weekly now. Yikes. It's kind of annoying. Claude's telling me that, you know, it could be a bug with one of their updates. Hey man, what's a good prompt to get your threading figured out? You mentioned something about reads and writes. I'm curious what I should tell my Claude to get it to make my app smoother for using your GPU more and threading fixes on my app. You don't need to be that specific with the architecture, but I mean, ask it to give you a report. But in general, if you just ask Claude to like, hey, well, tell it to build a profiler, tell it to build a performance profiler for itself to be able to read and self-assess the performance on anything real time, and then you just tell it like figure out how to leverage, you know, multi-threading and GPU acceleration as much as possible, and you know, give me, you know, after it's looked at it, give me a report on like how it's structured, and you just keep telling it to iterate on that. And I would read some of the reports. It tells you about what it's changed, but it usually does a pretty good job of like determining basically with you multi-thread stuff. It's like you have stuff that's critical, where it has to be sequentially like ordered in some way. And that is usually what your main thread is. And it's non-negotiable that you can't split the work out of that. And then you have other stuff that's like, okay, it's okay for it to be asynchronous and like not necessarily be done in a specific order of that's dependent or at all. So for that, for those kinds of tasks, it'll create worker threads. And the worker threads
Claude finished investigating.
Work on these little side tasks that aren't as time dependent. That's generally what it does. But what I've found is when I just ask Claude, like, figure out how to make this more multi-threaded and more GPU accelerated and more performant, to reach this target FPS and build a profiler for yourself so you can iterate on loop until you reach the target performance. It does a pretty good job, but it needs that sort of profiler tool to be able to assess it instead of just taking shots in the dark by repping and just reading the code. You don't want it to do that. You want it to have verifiable results. And it's really good about once it has this stack that it's profiling of where the different scopes are of like what's contributing to what on the draw time or the decode time for an audio or a video editor. It's pretty smart. When it has the data, it's pretty smart about like, oh, I could optimize it further by changing the way this thing works. So that's how I optimize the game engine too. It's the same method. Anything real time in the modern state of computers, at the core of it, if something's real time, it needs to be leveraging multiple threads on the CPU as much as possible. But first and foremost, it needs to figure out how to offload and parallelize as much work as possible on the GPU. So start there first, and then have everything else that has to run on the CPU be parallelized as much as it can. And that, in a nutshell, is the core piece of technology that separates like commercial enterprise, you know, software like Adobe or DaVinci Resolve or something apart from the open source alternatives, is what I've discovered. I haven't looked underneath the hood into how the sculpting tools work in Blender versus ZBrush, but I suspect that's also a very clear example in the software world of that same degree of separation. Because I heard the Blender sculpting tools is like one guy, and is like just one guy is basically maintain most of the code for the sculpting tools. And when you do a retopo in Blender to change the resolution of the topology, it takes like 2 to 3 minutes to process. When you do it in ZBrush, it takes a few seconds. That's one of the biggest glaring benefits of the paid sculpting software of ZBrush versus Blender. Is the speed and the performance is absolutely unmatched and insane. And I suspect it's the same thing that I've discovered with video editors with open source versus commercial. At the core of it, the open source is not leveraging the GPU or multiple CPU cores as efficiently as the paid versions of things. Is that a clip? I don't know if that's worth a clip. Clip that title, commercial versus open source performance.
Clip saved. Grab the last few minutes up to 3 hours, 21 minutes, 47 seconds in. Titled Commercial versus Open Source. Building the short in the background.
See if that worked. That'll be a good test run. 1 to 4 versus all. Yeah. Open source can be a group of people putting their minds together, but the fact is when you are a closed source and you're a for-profit company like Autodesk or Adobe, you literally have like tens of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to throw at, juicing the heck out of your hiring literally the most like god tier engineers in the world, or a higher concentration of them in one place. There's undoubtedly some god tier engineers that work on and contribute to big real-time open source projects and like Blender and stuff. But I think that there's probably a higher quantity and a higher concentration of them with a more centralized and streamlined communication channels between each other. So more connectedness between the super high octane, higher quantity engineering team at a big for-profit company, right? That's just the way it is. There's more people getting paid literally like $300K a year to be or more to be like a god tier low level, performance engineer on the video engine or the audio engine underneath Adobe Premiere versus Kdenlive, like nobody's getting paid to work on it. It's purely free, volunteer, open source. So you're just not going to get the same quality of work. It's just the way it works. You must consume the other engineers. There can only be one. You got to eat them all. How to become god tier engineer? You study a lot, and then you program a lot of shit. You could start with the study guide on my website. Go through the whole study guide on my website that I haven't even gone through yet. And then you go watch the YouTube video series from Casey Muratori called Performant Programming. I heard that one's very excellent for becoming a god tier programmer. So if you can grind all the way through that, you'll reach that point. They're going, give me your hands. Oh. God tier engineer guide, step by step. Learn to curb self-procrastination and find the fun in mindless grinding, basically. True. You can grind it for 300K. Let's go. All right, boom. Get started. Here you go. Here's my comp sci study guide. Start with this. It'll take you from all the way through undergraduate level computer science here without having to pay for a degree. with interactive diagrams and practice problems and stuff like Big O. Got interactive diagrams, and it's got practice problems and even practice interview questions at the bottom. So this is a good starting point, and then it takes you from, this is all of undergrad, and then some extra useful stuff that's practical that they didn't teach me in school, but was expected as soon as I got in the workforce. Design patterns and state machines. And then the advanced stuff will really take you through all the real practical world stuff. And then even then, that's an overview. At that point, you should also grind like some LeetCode problems a little bit to cement data structures and algorithms, which I haven't even done that much of, and I need to do more. And like I said, I heard Casey Muratori's YouTube series called Performant Programming is super, probably the end game. Performance aware programming, I'm sorry. That's his series. Let me find it. I'll link it here in case someone watches this VOD later on YouTube and they're genuinely curious what I'm talking about. Okay, here's this whole playlist. It's a 12 video series. I heard this is, oh, it's not too many hours. I heard this is outstanding for trying to learn really crazy low level performance stuff. And he's mainly talking about things in context of C++. Do I have to know big math to study this? No. Computer science is not math almost at all. It's literally its own branch of study. It's mostly just like logic. It's algorithms. Math is helpful, but it's not, it's more like logic kind of puzzles in a way is what it's like. It's like you're trying to solve logic puzzles and learn how different efficient ways of solving different logic puzzles that basically commonly pop up when you're programming. Like kind of the only math stuff you need to know really is like how to convert between base 2 and base 6 for hex code. that's kind of like the only time it pops up when you're first learning. The concepts are sort of uniquely their own to computer science, like time and space complexity. Big O, time and space complexity. It's almost like calculus in a weird way, where it's just like, this is a rule and it is that way and it is that way, and just memorize it. If you're doing a for loop, if you're doing this, it's always like, or you're doing this other type of method. If the program structure like this, structure like that, just know that it's either constant time or space complexity, or it's linear or exponential or whatever. And it's sort of like how calculus is just like, you do this and you do it in that way and you get this result, and that's the rule. Memorize it. You're not like recalculating stuff with changing values each time in a lot of those cases. Pattern memorization, basically. Yeah, basically. That's more what computer science is. It's not very mathy. Things are mathy a little bit things are more mathy if you get into AI. And it's a lot of statistics and data science stuff. And the people doing research on cutting edge algorithmic improvements in AI, that's a heavy blend of math. And that is where math is super applicable. That's why they get paid so much for what they do. They get paid like $1 million a year. I think if you're trying to make cutting edge algorithmic improvements in computer science as well, you probably, being very mathy and math inclined is probably super big. If you're trying to do bleeding edge, low level algorithm, like the kid that just the undergrad kid last year that just figured out a better way to do hash tables. Like literally some like 20, 21-year-old kid in undergrad college was just like, oh, why don't we do hash tables with this little technique instead? And the way he thought about it and what he changed is the same kind of type of thinking that like a mathematician would normally come up with. I feel like pretty insane. Game dev has too much math? Yeah, it's true. When you start doing game dev, there's more math. If you're doing anything with 3D space and physics, for sure, there's more math than just baseline software engineering. As soon as you're dealing with 3D space, you forgot what calculus even does. It's just a bunch of special rules that do things. They give you the area under a curve. They give you the, I don't know what else. Does it give you the surface area of a 3-dimensional object in total size, or can you do that without calculus? I can't remember. Lots of math and AI. Math logic stream. True. Wood Dragon, you drank too much last night. You got bills to pay. It just feels pain. I missed the bus and they'll be hell today. Okay, these are song lyrics. All right. I'm late for work again. Even if I'm there, they'll all imply that I might not last the day. And then you call me and it's not too bad. It's not... Oh, this song. Wait, what? No, it's not this song. Not so bad after all. Is that what this song is remixing? I just knew that. The only part I know is that it's not so bad after all. I don't know the rest of the song. Algorithms and optimization is all math. I know this because I took a course on it at Georgia Tech. You think it's all math? I feel like some algorithms are kind of more like a logic puzzle. Not necessarily the same as like, you know, you're given a bunch of different values and you have to correlate these, you know, kind of floating point like type numbers in different ways that are all kind of, I feel like there's a lot more, it's shifting a lot more. It's not as concrete, you know what I mean? For a lot of algorithms. Like math is shifting more, is what I mean. Math shifts. The landscape of what you're doing in math, I feel like is a little bit more like different depending on each set of variables you get. Whereas I feel like an algorithm is like the end result is identical between sets of different input data, if that kind of makes sense. It's sort of the way I picture it. Your tea's gone cold. I'm wondering why I got to bed at all. You need another drink after all that? Yeah. All right, you guys. Let's figure out another little round of stuff to do. Okay, so we've discovered that a recent codex update cooked my codex session meter in my browser OS taskbar down here. Really sad. Maybe it'll get fixed in a future codex update. Maybe it won't. But this Claude investigated it and just figured it out that the codex update stopped sending us the 5-hour session window at the end. Good alert. Need to go back out and finish the yard. That sounds fun, dude. Did I try Fable 5 yet? Yeah, I did. I tried Fable a little bit. I'm only on the $100 Claude plan, so I can't justify the token usage of Fable. I feel like I get 4 times the amount of total work output from just staying in Opus for it versus using Fable 5. I used Fable 5 to plan out a couple big things as an experiment. I used it to implement a few things, but right now it just does not seem worth the token cost to me. I feel like it's just such a huge waste. It's like I looked at intelligence benchmarks and stuff. It's like a 5 to 8% intelligence increase, but you're 4xing the rate at which you burn tokens just based on my vibes and like feels of using it. So I just like I'm not about it. You don't know why people complain about Sonnet 5? It's like a mini Fable. You think so? I feel like people prove that it was pretty bad on token usage, and the whole point of it was that it's good for the free users. But if you like it, man, and I don't know, keep using it then. Yeah, for me, Fable's not worth it. Um, the people that feel like they need Fable just to be able to do any little thing, I think they're lacking. They're like operating in some kind of space where they're already lacking like a huge amount of knowledge, and they're way out of their depth in the first place, with even without AI involved. You know what I mean? I just don't feel a need to use Fable for literally anything. I can't justify the rate it burns tokens. I might try using it for some creative writing work.
Ad break incoming.
For the mud game or something at some point. I think that might be a good use, just getting higher quality creative writing with more variation, maybe. I want to try it for that. But it seems good for planning, and that's kind of all I feel like using it for. Okay, the codex meter broke. We solved that mystery. Hey, I just asked for like a clip recently with a title. I'm too lazy to like open up the folder. Can you like check and make sure that it all worked the way you expected? Vibes for Sonnet, interesting. Run it on Medium or something. 6 Fable submarine. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Just it hasn't felt worth it. I really like that Opus. I just sit on 1 million contexts and I just grind stuff out with Opus forever. You know, I just have each Opus is on million contexts, and it's just working on like one piece of software by itself, solo. You know, just sipping the tokens on the $100 plan, just barely even. Just I feel like it's just hyper efficient. Okay, this looks promising. Yes, okay, it fixed it. So this clip had like a dead zone up here where I would slide and then it didn't move. Now, is this a MIDI track? So if I make an audio track. Okay, yeah, the drag handle seems fixed. Can you add some kind of tolerance when I'm dragging? If I go into a track above where I have to at least move my cursor like, you know, above 30% of the way or 25% of the way on the track above it before it starts trying to move the clip up to another track. It's like sensitive down to the pixel right now, and it's really easy to accidentally pop it up to the track. Then also, it doesn't seem like I can drag the clip to other audio tracks that are below it by grabbing the title bar, and then dragging it down. Also, can you add like a little bit of transparency to the color fill on the clip, just like 20% transparency below the title bar? The most kind of tedious thing with only using Codex for implementing the audio DAW is Codex's, you know, lack of UI design skills and vision. I'm having to like, you know, very manually dictate to it exactly what different pieces of UI should look like and how they should be aligned and what the padding should be and stuff. because it just made its default was things looking like trash, like Codex usually does for UI. Okay, this thing claims it fixed the missing agent audio, voice audio in this YouTube short project. Up, let's see. Is this the part where she tells us about the weekend? Make sure I can hear this. This was from the other day.
Friday at last, trickery, the week has coughed you back up alive. My thought, keep one part of the weekend indulgent, one part restorative, and one part mildly irresponsible. Ancient wisdom, obviously. Even ruined empires had feast days.
Nice. Nice. I said nice there too.
Codex finished investigating.
Okay, it fixed that clip from last week was missing the audio from the agent. So we just had a Claude figure out what I was worried that my recordings of all the streams and the clips was missing the agent audio, but apparently not. It's like Kdenlive and my video previewer in Linux is only playing audio track 1 when I preview videos. So I thought a ton of stuff was missing and all my recordings were bad. I was very disappointed. But it turns out it's there. It's just buried. Okay, let me check Trickery's drink emote real quick. Yeah, I just tested Trickery's drink animation. It still looks like he's holding it for way too long. I think we're possibly missing some frames on either end of the loop of the lifting of the mug and the lowering it back down. Can you add some kind of like logs for it or something, and I'll restart it and we can check it? All right, we're off the usual. That guy's music. The playlist ended, so let's go find something else. Grab one of the YouTube playlists. Liquid. Guys, I'm trying to get better about not like eating the microphone. So many clips where I keep thinking I have to like get right next to it when I'm talking about stuff and it's clipping the used to keeping the mic further away. To do this dude's albums. No, yes, this album. Let's listen to this one. Seam. All right, I'll be right back. Got quite a bit of stuff the Claudes are cooking on.
Clip Claude finished the bug fix. Animation Claude finished investigating.
Man, it is a hot day outside today. That's for sure. Okay. One decision for you. The pilot page needs your real login session. All right, where's 95 degrees here in Michigan? Damn, yeah, probably true. Yeah, it's 85 here, which is hot. '83. It's 83 today. It's gonna be 85 tomorrow. But the extreme heat, what? And it'll go back down to 70s. Ah, it's going back to normal on Friday. Look at that. 77. Nice. Right back to normal. Yeah, it gets super hot here in September. September is actually like the summer month here. It's very strange. We'll have a bunch of 90-degree days in September and sometimes even October. 85 is extreme heat, yeah, in Southern California. I never want to leave. I'm gonna live here forever. I hope. I really don't want to leave. It's way too nice. Yeah, look, it gets up to 85 and then it's back down to 77. And the humidity is only 50% too. All right, what did this guy say? Bottom line, you're streaming Nolium instance already running with remote debugging port 922. The port is live right now. I can see your current tabs. You get out of action. All right, we got to read a bunch of Claude reports here. So this one's telling me how we can debug the where is it? Debug the StreamTunes pilot site. The latency on it. Okay. Okay, so three-headed guy shows up now on this site. He wasn't showing up earlier. Apparently the shade shifter wasn't either. Other ones. Drive the control pad. This is a lot of stuff. So this is basically we're trying to get the Claude says that it can yeah, go ahead and set up anything you can. That sounds pretty good. I have the pilot tab currently open right now in the same browser that previously that also has the Kling and the Midjourney or whatever, and it's logged in and running at the moment. See if can profile that. What is the best place to eat in Irvine, in your opinion? Irvine's kind of okay. It's like the food here is a little bit sort of a lot of it's kind of mid because this is like a office complex town a little bit more in some areas. But there is some really good places. The really good places are over in they're closer to the beach, like Laguna and Costa Mesa and Newport Beach, the beach towns. Yo, Beat Raffle, thanks for the follow, man. I think you've been in this stream before. Yeah, the beach towns near here are where the really good crazy food is. So Irvine, but Irvine I would say where's that place we always went to? This place, oh dude, I haven't been there in so long. I want to ask if someone this place called Hako. We went to this place a lot for lunch. It's it's like curry chicken or like the Japanese like breaded chicken with like a curry sauce to dip it in. It's so good, dude. The where is it? Katsu, chicken katsu. That's what it is. Curry tonkatsu, chicken katsu. It's so good. It's so insane. It's so filling too. It's like an entire chicken breast in it, and like none of it's gristly, super juicy, and then you just dip it in this curry sauce, man. And the curry can be spicy, and you get miso soup with it. This place is insanely good. We went here like once a week for lunch. So this is in Irvine. There's a lot of really good places, but they're super expensive at the Spectrum Center, which is a mall. It's a really freaking sick mall. It's only 5 minutes away. I literally go there all the time. I just went there last week for some food because I wanted to get out of my house. Um, Spectrum Center. It's crazy. It's this shopping mall, and then the architecture for it, they did this like Middle Eastern like desert oasis type of vibe with everything. There's all these palm trees and stuff. It's so nice. But there's a lot of good restaurants here, but they're pretty overpriced. But they are good. So this mall is kind of one of the main places. And then um next to me. So like good, like cheap, like everyday grab something fast type of like Asian food places are all right next to me. A bunch of good ones. Yeah, there's some other good food in Irvine, but it is mostly chains. It's very cookie cutter compared to the beach towns. Laguna and Newport Beach and Costa Mesa is where the non-cookie cutter, like one of one or two of two like restaurants are. Here. Like when we go to like a more fancy dinner with the work group, we would go to those cities instead of Irvine. Sounds. B raffle. That looks fire. Yeah, there's good stuff there. Did you know that chicken tikka masala is from Scotland? It's not Indian? No, I didn't know that, man. Learn something new every day. Now I do know. All right, we're gonna run him on that. This guy was trying to ask if he can do something about the lag on my camera and why my GPU is running so hard. It's running at 90%, and it said it's because the camera is inside of the game. Um, all right, whatever. Okay, it doesn't seem like there's a good way to do this. I'm gonna just go ahead and I'm just gonna put my webcam behind the scene for now and use the OBS one because uh, we're gonna animate the background plate. It won't be static. It's gonna have a wind shader moving the grass around next. What the fuck? Your organization has disabled Claude subscription access for Claude Code? What organization? What the fuck? I gotta restart this. I don't know. What size was I? Guys, what's happened to our Claude subscription? Organizations disabled Claude subscription access. Did my $20 subscription not even kick in? Yeah, I'm on the free plan of Claude now. So my $100 thing ran out. I'm not even, it didn't even roll over my $20 plan for Claude. What in the world? Why didn't it do that? That's no bueno. You've been downgraded. Well, I was on a $100 gift subscription from somebody. And I guess somehow the gift subscription ran out, but it didn't register that I still wanted but it still wanted it didn't register that like I wanted to pay for the $20 plan again when the $100 runs out. Okay, we're back on the pro plan. Okay, we don't need this at all, actually. We can just close that guy out. All right, the camera's better now with me not running the camera through the engine. But my GPU usage is still at 95%. Hey, we were just talking about not running the camera through the game engine editor anymore. Now I'm just running the OBS one, and I'm behind the art on the from the engine. That's okay. But we were doing it for performance reasons because the camera was laggy. It was running at 26 FPS instead of 30. But I was also hoping it would free the GPU up some, but it looks like the GPU literally has not been freed up at all by me restarting the simulation with the camera disabled. Can you make sure that it's actually like disabled and it's not still using up GPU, even though I don't have it rendering through the engine anymore? All right, guys, we've been downgraded. We're down to the $20 Claude subscription. Let's see how much patience I have with this, how long we can last. It'll be a fun challenge. It's very likely I'll lose patience and I will kind of absolutely need the $100 sub to continue with developing cool stuff for the stream, streamlining all the content creation, automation, streamlining. Nice. A lot of us live streamlining a bunch of getting Claude's help with writing mountains of cover letters for job applications. It's pretty likely I'm going to need
Claude, got your answer ready.
So now running the engine gives us better frames per second. But why is the background matting taking up 3 gigabytes when I see in the model tray it only says it's 0.4 gigabytes, and that's usually what it is when we start. I don't believe it. We gotta dig deeper. Keep going. So they Cloud not wanting to is at this moment Chicory knew. I knew what? That I can't live without AI, that I'm addicted. Hey, add or check logs. I dragged a video file over the timeline. I saw no preview at all about where it was going to go. I dropped it. It went to the topmost video track.
Claude finished investigating.
Not the video track that I was hovering over when I released the mouse button. Also, I just try to click the X button, and the save or don't save prompt is nowhere to be found. I don't see it at all, but I assume that's what I'm supposed to be seeing, and I can't resize the window or do anything about it. And it's in a stuck, broken state. So also figure out why that prompt isn't showing up. All right. Yeah, we'll see. Guys, I'm pretty confident I can get through a lot of stuff with just the $20 Claude. It's a fun challenge. Just already looking at how slowly we're using tokens with these couple tasks. And also because I still have 2 full resets available for Codex. And the audio DAW stuff that Codex is doing, it's just like a fun side thing. Like I said, it's just so I can like maybe edit some game sounds while I'm streaming, like for fun. But I'm not going to do a lot of serious audio work in it. So I can always redirect my Codex tokens to actually immediately useful stuff. Bro, where did the keg go and the feast table? Why are they still in the feast state? No, they're not. Interesting. While we have more of you guys here, I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna be talking about this all week long. You know how I was kind of spitballing the idea of throwing the idea around of doing like a community vibe coded game and app like review. I've figured out a plan for it, and I'm gonna make an announcement for it on like I think Sunday this weekend. I'm gonna do an @everyone post in the Discord Sunday, and I'm gonna have a under stream notice probably or something, or null news. I don't know which one yet. I'm going to have a maybe null news. We're gonna have like a Google submission form for you guys. It'll be first come, first serve, and people can put their like Twitch or their account name, their Discord name or whatever, a link to the app or game that they want me to look at on the stream and like, you know, QA test and play and give feedback on. And we're going to do it during a concentrated 1 hour window, like early in the day on Saturdays, every other Saturday. So 2 weeks apart. I'm going to post the form and the announcement for Vibe coded app and game showcase time, basically, for the following Saturday, a week from this coming Saturday. We're gonna edit it into like a 1 hour. We're gonna concentrate it to a 1 hour window. I'm gonna start the stream like 30 minutes ahead of time. So it gives people time to like show up in the stream. And then we're gonna do a concentrated 1 hour. We go through everybody's stuff they've submitted on the list. And I'm gonna host a Discord stage for it. And I will pull people up if they want to be on the stream and be in voice. Like I'm gonna do a first look through stuff, and then I'm gonna pull them up when it's time for the stream and for me to give like feedback and ask them questions about what they were going for on the app or the game or whatever, you know, and for them to talk about it. And then we'll cut that 1 hour community showcase. We'll turn that into a YouTube video as well. So yeah, so the first community Vibe coded app and game showcase is going to be 2 weekends from now. Just a heads up. We'll see how it goes. If it gets crazy and there's a lot of games and apps, eventually I will probably split games up from apps, from software apps and websites and stuff. But I think at first we'll have few enough submissions, it'll be manageable to just mix both together.
Stream Tunes Claude's done with the fix.
All right, so this Claude just ran some performance profiling on both the networking side and the rendering side for the browser tab where you guys can control your characters, because it is laggy and choppy and rubber bandy. And there's 3 factors it could be. It could be the client predictive code is bad. It could be that the browser's overwhelmed with the characters rendering because it's doing it in some very hyper inefficient way. Or it could be that the server is not relaying stuff correctly or at a good enough time interval. So it just profiled all 3 of those cases, and this is the conclusion. It says, here's the mechanism. The flusher wants to post every 80 milliseconds, but it skips any tick while a post is still in flight. Each ingest post to the droplet takes 150 ms wall time, matches the earlier 204 and 1. So every other 80 millisecond tick is skipped, effectively 100. So it's a 6 hertz cadence instead of 12. Exactly what the browser sees. Raw network latency isn't the issue. Warm post to droplet is 2025 ms. It's the single in-flight serialization against the 150 ms server-side post. Verdict, it's network delivery, not rendering. Profiled live on your running Nolium. So it used my custom Chromium browser fork. It has CLI capabilities to attach and like look at the profiling and run all the debugging tools inside of Chromium on its own. So the custom Chromium fork's paying off here for being able to debug, being able to self-assess and self-debug this issue. It was asking me previously to like open up all these different diagnostic tools inside of Chromium and open these windows and screenshot them and feed it screenshots and stuff. And I was like, dude, I don't want to do that. Can you just do it? And it was like, why, yes. On the fork, you have CLI stuff for the debug port, so I can check it myself. Okay. 2 fixes: client mitigation, site only, instant, no engine hub change, raise interp delay so the buffer covers the real 160 ms cadence jitter, kills the rubber band immediately, costs 80 ms more visual latency. Add velocity extrapolation on underrun for non-self glides through the gap instead of freezing. Better long term than just padding the buffer. Server fakes. Make the relay actually hit 12.5 hertz. Pipeline the relay. Or cut 150 millisecond ingest latency. Why is it 2.5 kilobyte auth post 150 ms when a warm get is 25 ms. Traffic, rate limiter, bus fan out. If it drops under 80 ms, single in flight hits for free. Clean sticks are replaced. But first snapshot post, the persistent hub site stream WebSocket HTTP2 mirroring how input SSE already works. Biggest change, best architecture. One usage caveat. This run, the tab stayed foreground. If you tab away to Midjourney Kling while piloting, Chromium throttles are up to 1 million. Hey, I'm not really in a hurry for this to be like improved right now. Nobody's really using it that frequently. So do the absolute best way possible right now. Start architecting it from the ground up as best you can. It sounds like WebSocket sounds like a persistent WebSocket between my local machine server simulation and the droplet is the way to go. Okay, let's check on. Oh, not that. The tray 0.5 GB and the 3.1 are 2 different processors running the same model. The tray simply can't see the one your camera actually uses. 2 map models. Your model manager tracks a model literally named RVM ResNet 50. That's the number in your tray. But the host server is for your art sprite pipelines is not removed. Your camera background removal is a completely separate standalone daemon. Auto started by OBS. It's the 3 gigabyte process. The model manager doesn't manage it, so the tray never reports its VRAM. The tray is showing you the other RVM instance, not this one, so it's not the mat grew to 3 gigabyte. Why the daemon needs 3 gigabyte for the same ResNet 50. ResNet 50 weights themselves are only 100 and 170 MB. The other 2.9 G is Onyx runtime plus CUDA runtime overhead, not the model. Or it's CUDA memory, Arena allocator, in convolution workspaces, FP32 activation buffers push through a ResNet 50 backbone plus the recurrent state tensors at 1080p. What the fuck? Why is it at FP32? We turned this down a while ago to FP16. So that didn't stick. Your code already fights this, sets Arena extend strategy request sized, disables the exhaustive CUDA conv
Video Claude's done with the fix.
Turns off mag. Without that, it'd be even larger. But at FP32 1080, or CUDA still lands around. Useful lever. There's an FP16 model server next to FP2. Hey, yeah, I thought I tuned this and set this to FP16 a long time ago, I thought, when we were trying to optimize this. Please set it to FP16. Make sure it never goes to FP32. And remove the FP32 model. We don't even need it at all. I don't think it's even being used for the sprite stuff, is it? No wonder my GPU VRAM has been so high consistently. When I first set up the background removal on the camera, I could have sworn we A/B tested FP32 versus 16. It told me it was 3 gigs at FP32, and it looked no different at FP16, and I just we set it down, and I guess it never stuck to that. Danny Pratt Monto, what's up, dude? Welcome to the YouTube side of the stream for the first time. Okay, Mirror Master. Whisper, whisper, cat girl, whisper. How's it going, dude? Just so you know, Danny, there is music for the stream, but over on the Twitch version of it, and I keep the YouTube version music free, so there's no copyright strikes, and also so that people have an option between the two, and they can bounce around between the two depending on how they're feeling. Just FYI, choose your own adventure. You have a full hour until it's time for food. All right, guys, we're now on the $20 Claude plan. Let's see if we can survive. How's the job hunting? It's pretty good. I need to apply to many more jobs tonight and tomorrow. That's what I'm gonna do as soon as I shut the stream down and before I start the stream tomorrow. Cover letters are the bane of my existence. Like resume, you just barely have to tweak per application. Cover letters, you have to like custom tailor to like the game and the mechanics and the design of like every single game you're applying for at every company. You have to go do research on that game and catch up. Like I'm applying for a job at like Apex Legends, and like it's for designing the legends, and I haven't played that game in a number of years, so I had to go play catch up.
The task.
I had to go briefly go in like the practice range, look at how the new heroes, look at their skills, how they've changed, find one that I think's interesting, talk about its skills in the cover letter a little bit, like that's just one example, but I have to do that for like every cover letter for all the design related positions. So that part's a lot of work. And that's the only bottleneck that keeps me from moving fast on applying to jobs. Because I care a lot about I asked Claude to generate, like a cover letter for each position. But I read it and I'm like, oh, this is awful. I read it, I'm like, this is so generic. It's the order of the sentences is not very strong, honestly, and I used Opus for it. And so I still have to like heavily edit the foundation that I get out of Claude for any cover letters that I make. So that's the only bottleneck, but I just have to get through it. And yeah, I'm interviewing right now with a few places, and I'm applying to probably like 5 more between tonight and tomorrow is the goal. And then hopefully another like 5 like next week or at the end of the week. I think there's about 30 positions out there in the game industry right now that fit what I'm looking for,
Stream Tunes Claude has 2 questions for you.
I feel like I can get one of them. Although all the layoffs from Bungie and Microsoft combined are pretty insane. But I think there's some opportunities. I think what I do is still kind of special. Focusing on combat design, having real proof of balancing live complicated RPG PvP for combat. Translates to a lot of stuff. it makes single player and PvE like those are both really easy in comparison. They're different beasts entirely. You have to think bigger. You have to think with more imagination for PvE and single player. You actually are more boxed in and limited in what you can pull off in PvP if you care about balance. But if you have the imagination to make single player and PvE feel exciting and cool, then overall, if you don't lack an imagination, then it is easier to deal with than PvP. PvP is very mathy. You have to be a very math-minded, in a very math-minded game design mentality if you are a balanced person. I actually had to do a lot of math all the time. It's simple math, but it's a lot. Math. When you're doing PvP balance. And it never ends. Okay, what's thing saying? Two to unify both directions. One WebSocket carries state, hub browser, and input. Stop rubbing your face on my monitor. Okay? There's enough cat snot on the monitor already. What's cat doing? One WebSocket carries state, hub browser, and input. Browser hub retires both the state relay post and the pilot relay input SSE. Cleanest single connection architecture. Slightly more to change on the hub, but symmetric and simplest to reason long term. State only first. WebSocket carries just what are the trade-offs of a WebSocket both directions for this versus a UDP protocol with optional reliability around it using a sliding window to send out batches? I thought we already had based our basic engine multiplayer networking model used in the null Prexnac project, test project, ready around UDP first, like on or UDP only. When should the old HTTP relay routes be removed? Delete immediately. I don't care. We're trying to move fast and break things. You guys aren't even really using the piloting feature that much yet because it's so laggy and crappy. It's like unusable. So might as well break the whole thing. Can you get AI to automate that? Oh, I think I just explained that pretty in depth about where the bottlenecks are for getting AI's help with job hunting. Can you buff Rampart? I have no idea. You're the expert, Boom, actually, in the heroes that game. I asked Claude to look up like what the because like I'm all about the rogue classes, right? Stuff. So the one I was gonna praise in the cover letters, whatever the current like rogue equivalent is, which I'm pretty sure I played when it came out. But it said that Revenant, which I remember that class. I also like the hunter guy with like he had a hawk or something. That dude's fun too. But it said Revenant got like a rework or something and is very roguelike with like a shadow step and stuff. So I was gonna go play that in the practice map. Read the ability readout so I could have a talking point in the cover letter. See. Have you used the humanizer skill? I have not. Does that help AI with creative writing specifically? I already added like a skill like don't use M dashes. Loves using M dashes. All the best. Have you thought about making card games like Slay the Spire? No, I don't like deck builders that much, but I have my own card
Stream
game
Tunes Claude needs your input before it
card
continues.
game turn-based mixed with real-time hybrid game already that I'm slowly working on. But we're kind of like none of my games are reaching a point of completion anytime soon. I'm actually like the only thing that I'm really focusing on is trying to build the YouTube channel and the Twitch channel. You know? So we're doing lots of fun little things. And making useful tools that I can give away and stuff in exchange for people following. And make little tutorials about and shorts. I'd say like the next year probably, like actually fully completing any game project is just a lower priority. We're gonna keep improving things and making things fun, but that card game I made is gonna take a while. Most of my friends love Slay the Spire though. Attack, you can duel me. You can do ! duel. You're a master and we can duel each other. Revenant has no audio and can climb super high. That sounds like my type of character. I love the no audio sneakiness. It massively helps. Interesting. Okay, we'll try Humanizer. Ash, Wraith, Mirage all have teleport or cloaking. So they might be more roguelike. Okay, I have to go look at all of them. Alter goes through walls. Teleports team. Oh my god. Going through walls is such an insane headache of a skill to implement in any video game. That's insane they have a go through walls character. How often does it bug out and drop you through the map? Or some crazy shit. Or get you stuck inside of a wall. Wait, what does her attack look like?
Ad break incoming.
I like her cane attack. That's my first time seeing her attack. Oh no! Just barely. Just barely lost, dude. Ad break. It's party time. They're doing a party for the ad break. You haven't seen it bug anyone out? That's incredible. That's an amazing piece of gameplay engineering. That's some amazing engineering work. If they have a go through walls ability, because we had that in Legacy Steel and Sorcery / Eldegard. We had that on our rogue, and it was a huge nightmare. We all told the designer that wanted that ability. We said it was gonna be a nightmare. It was such a massive nightmare. We eventually disabled it. But part of why it was a nightmare is because we had like, very important loot that is relevant to like permanent meta progression outside of the game session. And they were able to figure out all kinds of ways to cheat their way into treasure like rooms and just cheat their way through the progression of the game through the wall teleport, the wall hack ability. Just constantly. That was why it was extra bad in our game. It wasn't just a momentary thing in the session. It was like you're getting boss level like loot for free. Apex has a pretty solid out of bounds system. It kills you if you leave the combat area too long. Oh, nice. Yeah, a lot of people need that. I died to a door one time because I opened and climbed on it at the same time. It said you died from falling. Okay, so yeah, they still have their bugs. No fall damage in the game. Fall out of the map. Death. Wait, there's no fall damage? I forgot about that. That's crazy. That's fun. That lets them get away with a lot of stuff. I did no fall damage in my little turn-based RPG. Nice. We had a little party. We're going to keep making the party a little more exciting over time. You guys will be able to use you can use the redeems to trigger Fallout. You can use the redeems to trigger the drink emote right now, but it's not specialized per character yet. You can use it for the cheer and you can use it for the dance. And we're going to add it for the eat as well. So when there's the party, like you'll be able to just like spam the dance emote or something if you want to. Your massive psychos in, towering over everybody. Which part of USA? I'm in Irvine, California. Blizzard is literally like a couple blocks down the street from me. I live right next to Blizzard and Obsidian Entertainment. They're literally across the street from each other. They're not across the street. They're like one street over, a couple blocks over from each other. It's pretty crazy. What other studios are around here? Turtle Rock is studios around here. They're in the next town over though. There's some other spin-off studios. There's one called Lightspeed that has a lot of people there, but you guys don't know about it that much yet. It's owned by Tencent, and their first game is coming out at the end of this year. The studio that made New World used to literally be down the street also until they got shut down. They're also in this area. Yeah, Southern California has the highest concentration of video game companies in the entire world. And they're largely concentrated between two main places. Santa Monica, which is like the beach city out to the west from downtown LA, and down here, Irvine, Orange County, where Blizzard's headquarters is. The two highest concentrated. Respawn's on their own. They're in the valley north of LA, where Respawn is. Yeah, Santa Monica has Sony Santa Monica Studios, the God of War studio. It also has Riot is headquartered there. That's where their big building is. And it has Naughty Dog is also in Santa Monica. So a lot of people, big names here. Why I moved here. As soon as I had the opportunity to move here, I have a choice between a job in Vancouver or a job here. And I was like, I'm moving here. Just because if you stay here for a little while, for a few years, you start to build up all these connections and everybody you know that can get you referrals and stuff. They all slowly move around to all the other companies. And then, Nexon is in the Santa Monica area too. They also have a really big branch that's like works on MapleStory. Actually, they're working on the MapleStory Classic reboot at that office right now. They had job postings for MapleStory Classic a couple months ago. Yeah, so like this is the place to be if you're trying to be a game dev for like the peak years of your career. This is the best place to be if you can figure out how to be here for a little window of time. You're going to make the most connections in the shortest period of time to a lot of super talented people. And have a little bit of safety and security in terms of the number of places that you can apply to without having to move, combined with remote options. Well, why it's expensive here. It's expensive to hire people here, but then there's still studios here and popping up here is just because you can't match the whole, like, it's very entrenched here. There's 20 million people in this area in total. So there's just a lot of talent for every industry. And it's very accessible too, right? Because it's just these big flat valleys. So you can get a job right next to you. You can get a job that's an hour away. You have a ton of options. Is that the part of the USA where there's always bushfire and no water? There used to be a worse issue with a drought here last decade. They haven't really had any drought issues this decade that I know of. It rains here quite a bit in like January through like April. It'll rain like a lot actually. Um, but there is fires, so it's really interesting. Move to CA, make games. Yeah. Boom, what you should do if you want to move here is what I did and most of the other people that I worked with. They found jobs at like startups or smaller companies that were more local to where they live. One guy we worked with on our team, he worked at a company in Orlando for a little bit. I worked at two places in North Carolina before I moved. So that's generally the play if you're trying to like get out here eventually. Um, for like a portion of your game developer career is you want to find places near you to get experience on the resume. Or places that are a short move away, that are smaller companies that have a more difficult time getting talent. And work there for like a couple years and then start like continually applying to all the companies out here. And then they'll pay to move you out here. And once you're here, then you can hopefully have stability for a couple years and sink your hooks in this place. I still don't know for sure, if I'll be able to stay here long term. But we're trying. The bushfires. Is it true your packaging always for cancer warnings? Yeah, California has a lot more cancer warning stuff in their packaging. There's cancer warnings when you're even like, if you're just at a gas station pumping gas, it's like the gas fumes are cancerous and stuff. That part's true. So the bushfire thing, what I was going to tell you guys is interesting that I didn't know until I lived here. Because you always see stuff about the wildfires on the news in California. The reason why they happen is because of a weather phenomenon known as the Santa Ana winds, where when the fires are going to happen around here. They happen at a specific time. It's crazy. It's like the reverse of a hurricane. So instead of a hurricane coming in from offshore and coming inland and bringing a bunch of wind and rain, Southern California actually deals with the opposite, where a a huge pocket of super hot air from the desert over like Las Vegas and stuff and Joshua Tree and all that shit. Like the desert in Nevada and all of that. Is it related to El Nino, La Nina? No, those might make it more extreme or something in that year, but it's just literally every year, kind of like how there's hurricane season on the East Coast. And again, like I said, this is crazy. I didn't know this at all, having lived on the East Coast my whole life, and I'm used to hurricane season. I didn't realize that California has their own version of the hurricane season in SoCal. It's called the Santa Ana winds. So it's like the opposite of hurricane season too, and the timing. It's really weird. It's like October is when it starts, and then it doesn't end. You're not in the clear and out of the window until like March or so. So October all the way to March, just randomly, you'll get like a couple days like heads up. Sometimes it's like even you don't even know until like 2 days before it's gonna happen. All this air that's over the desert, like where Las Vegas and Joshua Tree is and stuff, it all starts blasting and pushing out, going from inland out towards the ocean. That's why I'm saying it's like the opposite of a hurricane. It's crazy. So there's no rain at all, and in fact, it clears the clouds up out of the sky. Like it's crazy. When the wind starts showing up, the clouds, it's totally cloudless outside. It's a clear blue sky, but it's ripping wind at hurricane force winds. Like literally it would be like a consistent 30, 40 mile an hour winds the whole day for like 2 to 3 days straight. And it'll gust up to 100 miles an hour. And like over the course of those 2 or 3 days. And it's blowing like, there's dirt and there's sand and stuff like all in the air, like the nonstop for those 2 or 3 days. So it's very like irritating. There's increased like static electricity in the air too from it. And they say that's part of why people get these people get weird feelings. It's called the devil winds, is the nickname. Is because of the increased amount of like static electricity in the air from it happening. But yeah, so that's what causes the brush fires. Is like one little fire or flame or something that would normally go out gets 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts for like a whole day, like hitting it. And yeah, it's called the devil winds. The nickname is the Santa Ana winds. That's the weather phenomenon. But that's why when you guys see on the news these crazy ass wildfires happen in this area, it coincides every time it happens. You know, you're like, oh shit, there's gonna be a fire. Let's see what happens. Like you have like a 2-day heads up that there's gonna be Santa Ana winds. And then I have to take down, I learned this the hard way the first year I was here. I have to take down my screen that I put over my porch because it's like stapled together to the wood and stuff up there. I have to get on my ladder and take it down. So I'm like constantly checking the weather like every single day during that whole window. Or like every other day. And so I preemptively take my screen down. Otherwise the wind just rips the whole thing up and knocks it down. If I fall asleep and the winds kick in overnight, it's crazy. Um, so yeah, so that's when the brush fires happen. They always happen. They don't just happen on like a calm, like normal ass day. They happen when literally there's fucking desert air with hurricane force winds just ripping through out to the ocean from inland for like 3 days straight usually. Like it's really extreme for like day 1 and day 2. Day 3 it'll still be there, but it'll be like about half the force and then it'll go away. And then and then it'll be like kind of cool because it's from like October to March is when it happens. So it'll be like a normal temperature, right? It'll be a little bit cooler, like in the 60s, or it'll be like the low 70s or around 70 degrees, like normal. But then when the winds show up, the first day, the air is still cold. Then by the second day, it's nothing but desert air outside. And it'll be like October, November, January, and it'll go up to 90 degrees for like the second day the wind's blowing, the third day, and then even after the wind's gone, the desert air kind of lingers for like another day or two. So you'll go from like 70-degree weather to like 90-degree weather in the middle of the winter time for like 4 days. I thought it's lazy government out burning control of bush and dried. Oh yeah, for sure. It sounds like there's the government doesn't do a good enough job on the burn control with it. It's actually homeless people too. Literally, like that part's true. It's like a lot of times it's homeless people like camping in the mountains and the like hills and stuff like illegally, and they're starting fires or whatever at night, to like keep warm and to cook or whatever. That's part of it. I think the really bad one recently was like a bad electrical transformer or something that wasn't maintained. So it can be like a whole host of things. That's the original cause of it. And then there's another thing too. There's a bunch of invasive plant species all throughout the hills around LA that I've watched videos about. I think it's it's some type of palm tree, and it's basically like explosive. Like there's some invasive plant species, I forgot what they are. They're from Australia, and they're literally built for constant wildfires in Australia. And the way they repopulate is their seeds are completely fire resistant, and they're meant to literally catch on fire all the time and then sprinkle all these seeds after they burn up from a fire, and they just like are super invasive and explode in population, and they're all over the hills of Los Angeles and shit in the San Bernardino Valley Mountains and stuff. I forgot what type is, some type of palm. Yeah, it's from the outback in Australia, and it's invasive, and it makes the fires even worse. So there's a combination of um human created problems that both start the fires and accelerate and increase the intensity of them. But the catalyst that creates them is just a natural weather phenomenon that is Southern California's equivalent of hurricane season. But instead of the summer, it happens over the winter. It's pretty fascinating. So that's why I just went into so much depth to explain that to you guys, because, like, I don't know, I found it super interesting, and it was mind blowing the first couple of times I experienced it. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is crazy. And then I learned, I read the Wikipedia page and I learned all about it. And now I've experienced it for 3 years in a row, 3 seasons in a row. Yeah, every single time it happens, I'm just like, well, some parts, something's going to catch on fire. There's always at least one fire. A lot of times they're very minor and they put them out. But there's always at least one fire that happens every time there's a Santa Ana wind event. There's always some damage to my screened-in porch that I have to repair every freaking time. But all that being said, if I lived somewhere where I lived in a house that was in a fire zone, I would be about just as scared of it. Kind of, I'd be just as concerned about it as I am about hurricane season on the East Coast. But because I don't live in a house with any kind of trees or woods or property around me at all, and I just literally live in the middle of the dense city, in the middle of the valley, I have no fear at all about fire danger. Like, the core, like, city itself isn't usually the danger zone. It's all the areas on the fringe right up against the mountains where the brush is. Those are the danger zones. So it's less concerning for me overall than hurricanes are back home. Because hurricanes cause tornadoes and shit, dude. They're like way scarier. Santa Ana winds. People's house were all burnt down. Was it really? Yeah, dude. That one that happened at the Pacific Palisades was historically bad, insanely bad. One of my coworkers, his dad's house that he owned for like 30 years or something, completely burned down to the ground. And his dad's like in his 70s, so he just like was like, I'm not gonna fucking build a new house. I'm too old for this shit. And he like just sold the property. He's super retired because everybody in that area, like, their houses are worth like, I think, like $5 to $10 million at least. It's like a normal suburbia size, like, houses. Like, they're not like, they weren't like Hollywood Hills type mansions, but some people though whose houses burned down in Malibu, they were legit. Like, I don't know if you guys saw Mel Gibson's house burned down. That was in Malibu from that whole from that fire. Daniel Tosh has had his house burned down also. He had his house burned down like 8 years ago, and I think it almost caught on fire from the recent one a second time as well. Crazy. Do you think insurance covered it? I don't know. I haven't kept up with what insurance did or did not cover in that area. Yeah, so it's one of the realities of living here. But you know what? It's 70 degrees like all next week. You guys are in 50% humidity. You guys are all melting in 100-degree weather with 90% humidity. So it's worth the trade-off. Are your house made from wood? Yeah, most people's houses are made from wood. Travis Barker's house got burned bad also from that fire. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of celebrities. Conan O'Brien, the woman that's been his podcast co-host for the last like 10, 15 years, her house completely burned down. And that was in more of a suburbia area north of Pasadena. Bunch of people got affected. It's crazy. I saw a bunch of videos of YouTubers with like big YouTube channels, so they lost their house. Not that one, the one longer ago? Okay. The one where Tasha's house burned down. Anyways, you guys, we're down to the 20% Claude. It chewed through 40% of my session, like pretty damn fast. Okay, what does this guy say? Let's see. This is a huge, oh my God, this is a essay. I've written the full architecture. One persistent bi-directional WebSocket hub local client droplet server replaces both HTTP relays. Browser and engine legs stay 100% unchanged. Only the hub site hop. State frames flow. Hub browser. The engine's real. 20 hertz. Back pressure gauge. Samsara something. Adapter node has no WebSocket hook, so I added a custom server entry point wrapping SvelteKit's handler. WebSocket upgrade handler and bridge SvelteKit. Module graph to the WebSocket server. Your UDP model doesn't port to this hop because one end is a web browser. That's what I thought. Okay, that was the answer I was looking for. We can't do UDP only like you can with an Unreal Engine game because the client is a web browser on one side of this equation. Let me lay out why, because it reframes the whole choice. The reframing, browsers have no raw UDP. Whoa, learned something pretty interesting, cool here today, you guys. Your Prexnex Unreal style model, raw UDP sockets, sliding window, optional reliability, batched packets is the correct model for native clients. You own both ends. You hold the socket, you pick your loss and ordering guarantees. That's engine to engine or engine to native client. Your pilot page's endpoint is a web browser, and browsers deliberately expose no raw UDP sockets for security and NAT reasons. So on the droplet browser leg, UDP of the sliding window literally isn't callable. The browser legal UDP is exactly two things. WebRTC data channel runs over UDP, DTLS, CS, SCTP, can be set unreliable plus unordered, max ret transmits. This is your UDP model, but it needs STP signaling plus ICE and stun. And for client to server, you relay through a server library, no data channel, which is literally UDP for browser, games built on this. Web transport, unreliable datagrams and reliable streams over HTTP 3 QUIC UDP underneath. The modern successor to WebSocket for games, web transport. Independent streams, so no cross-stream head of line blocking. So the honest comparison isn't WebSocket versus UDP, it's WebSocket TCP versus WebRTC or web transport, browser's UDP. Okay, so there is a browser UDP and they're a little more cutting edge, it sounds like. Using your existing native UDP code isn't on the table for the browser hop. We'd be building new WebRTC or RTC or web transport plumbing either way. Per leg, because the two ops have different constraints. Both ends, yours hub droplet, droplet browser, droplet to browser, no. Whoop. Raw UDP possible from hub to droplet, yes. Droplet to down to the browser, no. WebRTC and web transport only, which sounds like it is UDP, but it's not raw UDP. It's UDP with some more metadata associated with it, sounds like, for security, I'm guessing. As well as structuring the order. In front, nothing. Cloudflare plus Traefik on the droplet to browser direction. Okay, measured health, 20 to 25 ms round trip time, low loss, going from my computer up to the droplet. Droplet down to your guys' client browsers. It varies. Viewers on Wi-Fi or they're on mobile. Cloudflare and Traefik is the kicker because they proxy WebSocket transparently and keep your bearer authentication, TLS, DDoS shield, routing, zero infra change. They do not proxy arbitrary UDP and WebRTC, and web transport to origin isn't a supported Cloudflare path. Going UDP family means bypassing Cloudflare, exposing a raw UDP port straight to the droplet IP, standing up stun, turn, or HTTP 3 termination yourself, and losing the Cloudflare protections, which includes DDoS. That's a big ops and security jumps for this feature. The one ops point for the UDP family. Your instinct isn't wrong in principle. Each state snapshot is a complete self-contained scene, not a delta. So for the state stream, reliability and ordering are nearly worthless. A lost or late frame is just superseded by the next. That's the textbook send unreliable, newest wins case. And TCP guarantees are wasted on it. TCP will faithfully retransmit a stale snapshot you no longer want. And its in order delivery means one lost packet, head of line blocks every later frame until the retransmit lands a mini freeze. On a genuinely lossy link, unreliable datagrams, WebRTCP, web transport, beat WebSocket here. Why WebSocket is still the right call now. Our bug isn't loss or hole. I don't know what hole stands for here. I've done a good job of knowing what every single 3-letter acronym means up to this point, but I don't know what HOL is. It's a rate cap. The rubber band is the 6 hertz throttle from request per message HTTP WebSocket at true 20 hertz. Fixes it completely. There's no loss problem solved yet. We measure the hub droplet link at 20 ms and low loss, so TCP hole almost never fires on it. The interpolation buffer already absorbs the rest. 150 ms of buffer hides a dropped late frame or two, which is exactly what unreliable transport would change. Zero infrastructure change works through Cloudflare plus Traefik, your existing blah, 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 blah. Reliability is actually useful for input. Stop release frame should arrive. WebSocket gives that for free. We still keep the epoch and sequence stale drop is belt and I hate belt and suspenders. It loves using that phrase. Recommendation: ship WebSocket now. It turns the exact bottleneck we measured 6 hertz into 20 hertz with no infra risk. Keep the door open. If we later push real-time hard, many viewers on lossy mobile and the interp buffer isn't enough. The upgrade is web transport on the droplet. For UDP instead pays off, and it's a clean swap because the browser render and interp. The hub droplet can stay WebSocket or go QUIC later on a 20 ms clean link. It's mute. We're almost done here. One low cost refinement if you want to nod toward the UDP philosophy without leaving WebSocket. Run 2 WebSocket connections, state and input separately. So a 2.5 kilobyte state frame never head of line blocks a tiny input frame. Cheap keeps them in. Probably unnecessary given the input is tiny, but it's there. That your multiplayer UDP model is right for native clients, and I'd keep using it there, but the browser can't speak it, blah, blah, blah. Given that, you've already said delete the old routes. Do you want me to build the unified bidirectional WebSocket, both state plus input or state only WebSocket first? Leave the working input SSE since input isn't bottleneck. I can clean unified for clean single connection design. Okay, I have one question from this before I tell it do one bidirectional WebSocket versus 2 WebSockets that split state and input. Is what's the risk of state and input getting desynced from each other if we split them up versus the trade-off of network performance improvements, you know? Time to DDoS? Yeah, it sounds like if we go with web transport or WebRTC to try to do UDP instead of TCP for the stream tunes controlling, we open ourselves up to new vulnerabilities. I'd have to manually put a bunch of work into trying to fix. Hey, is okay. It sounds like the unified WebSocket is great, but what about can you explain to me what the trade-offs are of splitting up state and input? Like, what's the risk of them getting desync? What happens in the case of like a desync between the two versus the benefit of, do we get like reduced latency or increased speed? Can we have a higher update rate from the tick rate on the server side? Like, what do we get out of the split? Because I do just feel like there's a con and there's a downside to desyncs happening, and that's going to happen if we split them up. I'll be right back, you guys.
Stream Tunes Claude has your answer.
Yo, thanks for the follow, Nightman Cometh. Excellent name, sir. All right, looks like a lot of you guys all died during the ad break. So you guys are a bunch of scrubs. Get good. Let me fill my water up. MCAS86. What's up, dude? Beep boop getting gooder. True. We've got a surge in viewers for some reason right now. We're up to 26 people on Twitch and 1 on Kick and 1 on YouTube. FYI to all the newcomers that are here. It looks like mostly regulars, but I'm always telling you guys, if you want the stream without music, you can tune into the YouTube version. A bunch of people, they keep both open and they flip-flop between the YouTube and the Twitch version, depending on how they're feeling. If you tune into the YouTube version, please like the stream. Helps the algo. As well as subscribe to the YouTube channel if you can. But yeah. I said I was going to stop streaming around this time, 5 o'clock. But I feel pretty alert and awake. And I'm going to try to max out my $20 pod session. We just lost our $100 sub to Claude about 2 hours ago. Now we're on the $20 one. So we're going to try to measure how much juice we can get out of it. I think I'm going to reroute my Codex token usage to working on the video editor because that's more immediately important and useful than the audio DAW. The audio DAW is just kind of a fun detour that I was trying to just passively burn Codex tokens on. But now that we're down to the $20 plan on both, we're going to figure out how to juggle both Codex and Claude and just go back and forth and just cap both of them out every session. I'll be right back. I gotta refill my water bottle and feed my cat. Okay. Have my protein shake at least so we can keep going a little bit longer. I'm gonna need some real food soon. Yo, what's up, Jiggy? Good, man. We're doing a little Largle Dare. Thanks for the follow. Woo, look at those little characters jumping for joy. Hey, can you double the duration of the like celebration that the characters do when we get a follow? I think they're just doing the cheer emote right now, but it's like they play it like once and then it seems to just stop before the notification even goes away on the screen. Jiggy, I sent Chris and John, the item designer, and one of our engineers. I sent them in a chat your progress on Unreal Engine 5.8 using Claude to make a third-person action combat game. They thought it was pretty cool. I told him, I think you've only been using Unreal Engine for like 2 months now, right? And you got that far? That was a good proof of concept and measurement of how far people can go now with AI trying to do basically kind of what we just had to spend years building. Accelerates it a lot. $5.6K views on the latest devlog reel in 3 hours. Nice, dude. You got crazy momentum on that game. It's crazy, man. Some real motion, bro. Pretty incredible. I've told a lot of people your story now about. I've told a lot of people about your story too. So you reposted the same video on TikTok on 3 different accounts, and then it just took off on the third one, even though it was the exact same video. Like one of my friends said when I told him that story the other day, he was like, "Yeah, TikTok just randomly picks an account to give the Midas touch to," is the way he's put it, and I was like, "Seems about right." 2 months of actual work. Before that, I only did landscape stuff. Okay. Still took a while. All 3 defaults are FP16. You're right, you set FP16, but only the OBS auto start got it. The 3 code defaults still set FP32, and since run.sh patch is no model argument, holy crap. Yes, restart everything now. I want to see how much my GPU gets freed up, both in VRAM and in usage. Dude, all of my background removal models, including the one that's processing the green screen on the characters, like the animations for the characters, all of those have been the camera. All of those have been running at float point 32 instead of 16 this whole time.
Animation Claude completed the task.
Just tanking my GPU. Just using a shitload of my GPU, both in VRAM and usage. My GPU's been sitting at 90% usage the entire time that I've been streaming for the last couple weeks because of this bug where it was using the FP32 version instead of 16. Ridiculous. I was like wondering why it was so strained. Yeah, my camera might like flicker here or something. Maybe OBS will die. I don't know. Let's hope not. It's restarting the background removal process. Tuso gifted more subs? You didn't have to do that, dude. Appreciate it though. 7 more subs. Puts us at 23 out of 20 today. Holy crap. 8 out of 10 followers so far for the day. Look at that, you guys. So you guys have helped out so much. On the leaderboard rankings here
Claude
for
finished looking into it.
fastest growing software and game dev Twitch streams for July, we've moved up from, I wasn't even on this first page before. It ends at 50. I was number 55 last time I checked a week ago. We're up to 43. Let's go. Long ways to go. Got to keep up the YouTube pacing for sure. I got to put some tutorials on YouTube. But this is huge progress. We're climbing the leaderboards. How can we help? I don't know, man. Just keep chilling, keep the numbers up, keep telling people about the stream. Give the YouTube stream a like every time. Subscribe. Join the Discord if you want to see my postings about when I'm live and stuff, you know. And I have to just keep streaming on a schedule at the same time, the same days of the week, every week, going live at the same time instead of whenever I feel like it. You know, I got to take it more seriously and be disciplined, which we have been for the last 2 weeks. So I just have to keep that up. And as well as continuing to use the awesome AI tools that we built for making YouTube shorts and editing YouTube videos easier than ever before. So I have to keep posting at least 3 YouTube shorts like a week, you know, kind of all of it. Or what? That's the big engine. Hey, I hope you take over Firebelly. I don't know anything about who Firebelly is. You talked to Janetta Carr a couple times. I didn't know she's number 2. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's pull up those leaderboards again. It's fun that there's leaderboards for it, you know? This category is still really small, and realistically, almost nobody's making a full-time living off of this category because it's so tiny. But it's still fun to try to see if you can improve it, you know? So there's most watched, so they have total number of viewer hours is one of the metrics. There's highest peak viewership. I don't know what most popular means. Most followed is going to be like legacy incumbent, like people that possibly don't even stream this channel anymore. Like yeah, like the Unreal Engine channels under most followed, you know, like just stuff like that that very rarely follows. Oh yeah, Vash is in here at their channel because they built it up from Fortnite originally, so they're up number 10 on this, even beating Theo for total followers. That's pretty insane. And Adam Eunice and stuff. That's pretty insane. Most popular. I don't know what their metric is for popular. Average viewers. Okay. I thought that would have been, that's kind of close. That's got to be related to most watched. Yeah, this guy has a crazy amount of people watch whenever he goes live. He does very dense informational coding streams. Theo's interesting. When he streams like once in a blue moon, and when he does, he's live recording his YouTube tutorials and videos. It's like an interesting thing to watch. Am I trying to decide between TCP or UDP? Yeah, sure. I'll explain that in a minute. After we're done, kind of glancing at the leaderboards for fun. I'm not even going to register on here. 72 average. We're probably down at like 15. Yeah, like CM Griffin's all the way down at 95 on that. He's awesome and mega consistent. Been around forever. I think he's a partner too. Yeah, I'm like way buried on average viewers. A lot of people on here. Hypnotic Games. Sheep Farmer. There's a Chinese streamer in this category. I didn't know that. Jitsbo, he's always up there. I saw this guy stream the other day, Gaspard Sauvignon or something. He's doing some Unreal stuff, and his VTuber is really cool. His PNG VTuber. There's Jedum. Our boy Jedum. First Crimson has a really big YouTube channel. Cakes. Swashbuckling Fox. Streams a lot. Ash. I think I was like 100 on this last time I looked. Like 80. Yeah, okay, we're up to 81. I was at 88. Anyone else you recognize in here? Unreal Engine. Cool. All right. Well, that was fun to look at. You're dead last in the leaderboards, probably at the moment. But I bet not in total followers. You still have like what, 9K followers or something? Does Pirate still stream? He streams every day at the exact same time, like a psychopath, which is zombie vampire schedule. He streams from about midnight to 1 a.m. He lives in this area. He lives in Orange County, I think, near Blizzard. He's still he's still like streams, goes live from like midnight until noon. It's absolutely insane. I don't know why you would do that when after you've gotten to the size that he did stream, but maybe that's literally like the schedule he's naturally comfortable with. But dude, that would make me depressed. He does not stream in software and game dev though at all. He immediately jumped ship when he blew up to just hanging out and playing games instead of making them as much as possible. which I found to be a little bit disappointing. You got you with a like. Thanks, man. I don't even know what those leaderboards are. I don't know. I just looked up like Twitch stats for that category. Um, what's up, Suan? Five. Okay, interesting. Um, Blargaldare, what's up? Do you which do you think is more advantageous for vibe coding? A game coming into it from programming or art background? More advantageous for vibe coding a game coming into it from programming or art background? It depend. I think it depends. This could be a clip. Let me frame this. Let me actually read your message clearly and out loud instead of mumbling it. Okay, Boom's at the ready. Which do you think is more advantageous for vibe coding a game coming into it? From a programming background or an art background? I think it depends on the type of game you're aiming to make and how complex it is. Right? So if you're trying to make like an MMO, I think you would definitely benefit from having a bit of a programming background and understanding fundamentals of like networking and how to split up a bunch of processes and stuff to make things as scalable as possible. That's going to be a tough, like steep learning curve if you started from an art background. But I think if you're trying to make like a single player roguelike or like a deck builder or definitely like anything single player, coming from an art background is going to give you the advantage because it's pretty simple for AI to do all of the necessary gameplay programming for those genres. And standing apart is going to come down to design. So that's going to be a unique skill set you have to work on for no matter which direction you're coming from there. Is both of them you have to figure out how to get the design to be good. But yeah, if you're making like a roguelike or a deck builder or a tower defense game or something, I think you'll benefit a lot coming from an art background and making a unique art style that helps set you apart from other games in that genre. That's it. Flip that title, vibe code from which background? There we go.
Clip saved. Grab the last few minutes up to 5 hours 35 minutes 51 seconds in. Titled VIB code from which background? Building the short in the background.
Good question, Blargaldare. Thanks for the content. And I hope I gave you a good answer there. Because that's truthfully how I feel. Depends on the scope of what you're trying to do, man. There's like an artist trying to vibe code an MMO is going to take them still like a year. A
Ad break incoming.
Senior to principal level gameplay engineer that's worked on multiplayer games professionally, they're going to be able to vibe code a really performant, scalable framework for an MMO in like a month. Like that's just how it is. Long cat deployed. Okay. You're like photobombing any YouTube clip now with the long cat. Right. I saw a video on YouTube where we're about to hit the ad break 20 seconds, so I'll hold off. Probably I'm reading chat in a minute. Hold off for a minute. Let me get my clods working here. All right, guys, we're back from the ad break. Let's see. Tuso, I saw a video on YouTube where other devs review his code and say it's not really good. Also saw someone say nobody at Blizzard remembers him taking any decision-making roles. What do you mean? Review his code. Other devs review his code and say it's not. I'm confused about the order of relationship there and who's who and what you're talking about. Woot Dragon, you need both, but I would say that creativity and art is just as valuable and helps you see the vision, but programming is your actual ability to execute the vision. That's fair. No problem, Ellen. Makes sense. That's an interesting question for sure. Artists are going to take over Steam, I think. Yeah, probably. I feel like they kind of already were. I don't know. Artists trying to vibe code an MMO here. Nice. I'm trying to for real code an MMOs and artists. Oh my gosh. You guys are crazy. Boot Dragon, do you strictly need to know deep level programming to make the game? No, that's why engines exist. Scripting languages like Verse, Godot script blueprints, and there's plenty more than that. And a lot of those are fully capable. Script an entire game. Does that mean it'll be good? Well, no, it might be laggy, piece of shit. You have to rebuild it 1,000 times. It's possible for you to learn, but if you want to do it without learning, yeah, exactly. That it's a time efficiency thing for sure. The engines can do a lot for like small number of player instances, but right now the fact is, if you want a game, the upper end of technical difficulty, if you want to support a few hundred or even 100 players, all in the same server, standing in the same capital city at the same time, possibly fighting each other even in a big open world PvP thing, you have to break apart and restructure and optimize and completely like redo the way you have to rethink fundamental ways that the networking is happening to figure out how to make like the correct set of trade-offs and shortcuts and stuff. And that's what an expert like networking engineers are capable of doing on like an MMO type of project. And I think a lot of people can learn and come up with that stuff. It's just a matter of time scale. Like the amount of time it'll take somebody to learn that is accelerated now with AI, but it's still going to take a long time to go through all those growing pains. You know what I mean? You're talking about Pirate? You saw. Oh, you're talking. Okay, let me read your question then with that in mind. I saw a video on YouTube where the other devs reviews. Okay, well, what I could tell you about that is, yeah, I watched the Coding Jesus review of the code. It's not performance minded, and I think that's not a problem as long as he wasn't bragging about the performance. Undertale is all else if statements. People love that game, so it doesn't matter at all like how good your code is if what you're making is like a single player RPG game or single player at all. You know, it doesn't matter as long as the FPS is good enough for the type of experience you're trying to cultivate. Who cares, right? So that's one thing that I feel about that whole situation. What happened with people analyzing Pirate's code. For the Blizzard thing, I can tell you he was a QA tester there. He was not a developer. For most of the time I think he was there. Maybe he went into some security related stuff while he was there. But I know he started out as a QA tester. I literally know people that trained him for QA. They literally met him when he showed up on the QA floor, and they were also QA testers at that time. I know 2 people that knew him during that time frame. That's where he started there. I can't imagine he got that far up to doing anything like you're saying that's decision making, because big companies are just super brutal and tough to move up. You can't really move up in a big company. You have to move out to move up. So I wouldn't be surprised knowing that that's where he started. His entire journey in the industry started as a QA tester. Mine did as well. At Epic, you know, and I saw it myself there. You can't move up in a big company. You just get pigeonholed as a QA tester. You get stuck. You don't go anywhere. So all you can do is get out and go to the next place. So I would not be surprised if he didn't actually get a role with doing the security stuff or whatever they specialized in until his next career step post Blizzard. I wouldn't be surprised, you know? So I don't know what his claims were, though. Triple A's cooked, not going to lie. Think so, Blargle? I think it is to some extent. I think there is still going to be a lot of demand for AAA. Not as much, though. I think it's going to take every big software company is going to lose like a 30% market share where they're currently at. Adobe, Microsoft, Unreal Engine, AAA games. All that's going to get distributed into like solo devs and small team and open source stuff. Okay, do you guys want to hear me narrate this wonderful paragraph about WebSockets and UDP traffic and explain where we're at so far? It's quite a bit, but I'm learning a lot. GTA 6 will make the next trillionaires. I don't know about that, man. The game industry is absolutely tiny compared to like what Nvidia is doing, selling hardware for AI companies. The game industry in its entirety is like a little baby footprint. To give you an idea of how small entertainment is in the grand scheme of all industries globally, I looked up the total market cap of Disney one time, and you guys know Disney is probably, if you think about the biggest conglomerate entertainment entity in the world, you'd probably think of Disney, right? Owning Star Wars and Marvel and everything. All of Disney is worth $200 million, or 200 billion, my bad. All of Disney is worth $200 billion. Right? Compare that to the value of Apple or Nvidia or Google. The whole game industry, the whole game market globally every year is $200 billion. So when you look at it in that scale, all of the entertainment industry essentially is like maybe 10% the size of the infrastructure and tech and everything that runs the whole rest of the world, right? So no matter what, entertainment is a small slice of the pie. So I'd be very skeptical of GTA making trillionaires out of people. In today's money. Maybe in like 100 years from now, everybody's a trillionaire. Okay, I'm behind on chat. Jiggy Spice, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like one major hurdle for India. Wait, that might be a clip too. Do you guys think that's a clip? Clip that. Entertainment industry market share. Clip that. Title, entertainment industry market share.
Clip saved. Grab the last few minutes up to 5 hours, 48 minutes, 55 seconds in. Titled Entertainment Industry Market Share. Building the short in the background.
Nice. By the way, you guys, I think some of you have rotated around. We have some new people chilling. Just a reminder, every stream, I multi-stream out to YouTube and I split the music up. YouTube is music free. Twitch has the music. Take your choice. Pick your own adventure. We got several people listening on the YouTube version right now. Probably because they want their own tunage. the background. But yeah. Okay, let me catch up on chat. Premium Jiggy Spice. I feel like one major hurdle for indie devs making large scale games will always be playtesting. How does a solo dev or a team of 3 get 200 to 1,000 people together stressed up? Absolutely. We had that problem even on Legacy, for sure. We had that problem. Like each season release day, hit the game different than everyone in beta testing or alpha testing or whatever. I forgot what we called it. Boom, I lost respect when he said it runs on a fridge, but the fridge was just the video output. When was that? Was that a Pirate Software quote? It runs on a fridge? The Maldives fig tree, Woot Dragon. Did you go Google the explosive tree I was talking about for the wildfires? That's the invasive species from Australia. Right after he did that, he lost everything. Here's wider. GTA, if you start an RP server on GTA 6, you can buy Disney in like 3 months, I think. What? There's that much money in GTA. You should see Pirate interview with Healthy Gamer. Even straight up said to Pirate he's arrogant. I don't feel like watching that right now. All right, guys. So the real dev work that we're doing at the moment is we have for you guys, for your characters at the bottom of the screen, you can control them, right? We got this working. This is on the website. You can see I'm moving my guy around, but it's very desyncy, laggy, rubber bandy, super choppy. Pretty awful, actually. It's not a very usable experience. And we put this in the web browser because there's 5 seconds of latency for the buffer time on the stream. Yeah, if I go open the stream right now in my browser, we can see there's 2.71 seconds of latency on the stream right now, so we could not. This wasn't a fun experience if you're controlling the character, and then what you're seeing play out on the stream is 3 seconds behind. Motions. So, because this is my custom Chromium fork that we made, so that Claude has like full access to Chromium, is able to look at the debug tooling in Chrome, and it's able to figure out why the lag is so bad. And basically, the server tick rate is only like 6 frames a second, and it's supposed to be a minimum of 12, if not 20 FPS on the server. But the broadcasts are super messed up, so I asked it about. It gave me some plan involving a WebSocket. It's doing HTTP post requests right now, back and forth. We're updating everything, which to me seems insanely like clunky. I'm like, why are we doing that for a game update that's frame sensitive? So then it's like I can open up a double-ended WebSocket between the end user, you guys, in your web browser client, and the web server. And I was like, okay, what about UDP? Because a WebSocket is TCP, which means there's a handshake every time, right? That you send information back and forth over the network. So I asked it about UDP, and it gave me this huge essay that I read out loud earlier. But to explain to you guys, the TLDR of this whole thing is that UDP, like by default, is not. It's not usable in like a web browser, right? It's good for a native like desktop installed game client, like an Unreal game is all UDP, but not for a web browser. But there is some protocols on web browser that lets you do UDP. There's WebRTC and Web Transport. But if we do them, I'm using Cloudflare right now on the website to handle DDoS attacks and stuff. So it's like a proxy. We lose all the Cloudflare protections and support if we go with the UDP browser protocol instead of a WebSocket. So we're going to go with a WebSocket because there's no point in introducing those headaches of, having a port on the web server that's open to DDoS attacks and whatever without. It seems like a headache. So we're abandoning. I learned that there is tools available to do UDP from a web browser for like a video game. It's a little more real time, but it's a bit of a headache. We're going to the WebSocket, and then it's telling me it can split the WebSockets up and have two of them, one for the input stream and one for the state stream. And I was like, what is the benefit of that? Do we get some kind of desync happening if that happens? Like, explain it to me. And that's what this answer is, which I scanned during the last ad break. I'm not going to read it word for word. I'll give you guys the high level. Basically, it's telling me that a single WebSocket is full duplex. So under the hood, a TCP connection is really two independent byte streams, one per direction with separate sequence numbers and flow control. I didn't know this because I'm still kind of a networking noob. But there's already two-way connection happening at all times on a WebSocket. And it's saying that state only goes one way. It goes from the web server to your guys' web client in the browser. And it's saying the input stream goes from your guys' client browser to my website. So there are already two separated streams working on either end of this two-way connection WebSocket. So there's no reason to split it up. And there's no latency gain if it's split it up. That's what it's telling me. Higher tick rate, not gated by the split at all. State is 2.5 kilobytes a frame, 20 hertz, 50 kilobytes a second. 60 hertz is 150 kilobytes. Both trivial for one WebSocket. The tick rate is limited by... When splitting... Okay, here's where you would split up the state and the input WebSocket. Only if we had multiple flows in the same direction competing. If the hub to the browser carrying state and a separate reliable event asset channel where bulk transfer... I don't know what HOL is still. I don't know this acronym. I was able to know most of them. I'm not sure what HOL is. And even then, the right tool is web transports independent QUIC streams. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Verdict, unified. Yeah, unified. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and build the single WebSocket setup then. And that sounds good. Yeah, we're going to do a WebSocket for this thing where you're controlling your character at the bottom of the screen with a, visible simulation of it for yourself in the browser, so it's a little more real time. Sounds like that's the plan. Doing WebSocket, so you have a WebSocket server. We're about to. This thing is running on my website, right? It's running inside my web server, DigitalOcean Droplet, right now. And the game simulation is happening on my machine, like on this computer, and this computer has a Tailscale tunnel connection to my web server. The server-side simulations on my local machine, and then the web server, the DigitalOcean Droplet, is a middleman between what you guys are doing with your input, what my computer's simulated as a client, as a server. Eventually, we're going to move the server simulation to be a running process on an actual like bare metal like server that I'm going to rent if it scales a bunch more. But for now, it's faster iteration time if I don't have to deploy like a new server process. And I just literally reboot the engine editor on my local machine. You know what I mean? So that's why I haven't migrated it yet. What am I using to host a website? Nginx, Apache, or XAMPP? I don't know. It's a DigitalOcean Droplet. It's a Svelte. We're using the Svelte kit. It's using Vite for packaging the thing and building it and launching it. And What was the other detail I know? And we're using Coolify as a dashboard for it. We were using Nginx at one point, and then I forgot what we're using now instead. Now that after we switched from the Mern stack that we were going to make it with over to Svelte. It might be Nginx under the hood. Yeah, make the cheer emotes when a subscriber happens to be the same length as the follower ones. Using a VPS from DigitalOcean? Yeah. Yeah, it's a droplet. At first, right, when I first made this droplet a long time ago, I picked, it's an Ubuntu server, and I picked the Mern web stack. Because one of my friends said he was going to help, and he just got done with a React bootcamp, and then he ended up not helping at all and completely flaking. And I was like, okay, well, if he's not helping, I don't want to do React. I want to do Svelte because I like the way the syntax looks for Svelte instead. And that was that. That was like 2 years ago. All right, you guys. So this is how far we got on like the DAW that Codex was building.
Animation Claude finished the task.
Nice. We can turn off grid snapping. Same hotkey as Ableton. We're not going to worry too much about this. Now that I'm on the $20 Claude plan instead of the 100 for the next month, like I said I might bump it back up depending on if I go insane or not. Oh, dude, the knobs look so much better now. It did the anti-aliasing on them. We're gonna shelf this tool because it's not actually something I need, like in the immediate future. It was just something fun we were trying to see if we could burn Codex tokens on. We're gonna redirect my Codex tokens into continuing work on our made from scratch super performant video editor software for Linux. I'm gonna tell it to clean up this UI. Hey, can you make the title of the knob controls on the plugins the text color, the same color as the green color on the knobs? And then can you also get rid of this like description text about what the different warp modes do on an audio clip? Okay. Coolify is using Docker. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. The Docker images get backed up. I have to clean it out pretty often. I have Claude installed on my droplet too, so that I can tell it like, hey Claude, a deploy failed.
Codex finished investigating.
Clean up the Docker images. I was running the commands a lot myself manually for a little bit. Trafic, this is the actual software that acts as the web server. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm using. I didn't realize it's like a replacement for Nginx or Apache, essentially. For incoming internet traffic, when a user types your domain into their browser, the request hits your droplet on port. Trafic is listening ports. Actually, yep, I knew we had a reverse proxy in place. Coolify automatically pulls the Trafic Docker image and container. Nice. Okay. Good to know. Thanks for looking into that for me. Yeah, and then in front of the reverse proxy, I have the Cloudflare free tier set up for DDoS protection and for serving all the images and the videos and stuff on the web page are served from your closest Cloudflare server. So it way sped up the load times for people, especially mobile. Mobile didn't load at all on the website until I added Cloudflare. DigitalOcean provides the hardware. Yep. Coolify provides the management dashboard. Yep. Traffic running this container acts as your actual web server and proxy. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll show you what the Coolify dashboard looks like. Here's the dashboard. I click on deployments all the time. This is where I can see our deployments for the new like Docker image. And these auto fire when we build the website with GitHub Actions when I do a new version of the website, which we're gonna have to push one in a minute. And it takes about 15 minutes for it to build the website. And then as soon as it's built, then it has a trigger. It has like a hook that fires the deploy on Coolify. And then Coolify makes it super easy too to set up all your environment, like API keys and stuff. Whoa. Turtle Jew, thanks for the follow, dude. Very clever and smart. Our resident Null Drums, God King programmer, chief of engineering, Nuclear the Noob. He installed Coolify. He saw it in some video and was like, I'm gonna put Coolify on the droplet. I was like, okay. I don't know what that means, man, but go for it. But then it's like paid off. It's made my life so much easier, and it's a big part of why I've been able to super easily update the website like constantly. Good isolation too. Interesting. Good to know. All right.
Ad break incoming.
Ad break incoming. Let's see if we get an invasion or if we get the party. So this is the video editor so far. Dude, this green color is still not the same as the one Kdenlive. Hello? Oh, there we go. The green color in Kdenlive is better, I feel like, when I have something, an audio track selected. Oh, the gremlins are here. Power up. Water blast. Hey, if a audio clip has no audio, can we still get like just a line for a flat waveform through the audio clip like we do in Kdenlive or Premiere? Also, I'm not quite sure if the green color of these audio clips is still the exact same as Kdenlive. If this was a movie, I think you'd be making the gremlins worse with the water. Wait, did the gremlins grow with water in the movie? Gremlins? I don't remember. They were like a potted plant. All right, I think my caption tool in the custom video editor is almost up to parity with the one in Kdenlive. The one in Kdenlive still looks way better that we made. One is not. This one's not my caption tool. This thing didn't generate it with the right thing. Let me see if I can fix it, get this clip right now. Next Friday. Okay. Oh, we've never tried this operation before. Can the caption plugin handle generating captions for 2 audio clips that are selected at once? Or is it going to freak out? Yeah, it only did it for mine. Now, what if I do this? Interesting. Okay, we found a little structural limitation. Okay, so the captions look a lot clearer in Kdenlive still. I like this link icon a lot more. It's like thicker. And I think another big reason why it looks terrible in my video editor is the words aren't centered. Each word on each captioned word isn't centered. It's hard to read in this one where they're left justified. I also hate the font in this one. It's like super robotic looking. So let's fix these words so they're a little more like centered. Get a little screenshot, send it to Claude. Bro, this thing still like blocks up. Hey, can you center justify each caption word as well? It's hard to read where they're overlapping with the link icons. Also, can you set the font on the captions to the like Deus Newest font or whatever it is that we have installed? What time is it? Let's see. Oh, we're about to hit our cap on Claude, you guys. I think I'm going to send you guys over to after we cap out Claude, then we're going to try to cap out Codex as fast as we can. Then I will, whenever we cap out Codex, then I'll probably raid somebody and end the stream. We did a nice little, let's terminate these two. Our nice, regularly scheduled daytimes. We're in overtime right now. Actually, we're in overtime. All right, let's start burning Codex tokens on the video editor instead of the sound editor. Your $100 Claude plan finished? Yes, it just finished like 3 hours ago. And I'm down on the $20 plan. I will likely go up to the $100 plan. It's very highly likely. I have too much stuff I need to use Claude for, you know what I mean? But I kind of like the challenge of trying to do the $20 one, but like, yeah, there's some stuff that I feel like I'm gonna end up needing it for too many things. I have so much codecs to use though, so we need to see. Like, I wasted a lot of codecs, and I still have 2 full resets on it. I hope this audio one finishes. The video one. Let's see what this other Claude had to say about. It said, I asked this one about releasing the custom Krita fork with the AI native integration plugin for Krita for you guys, and I asked it to how Linux specific is my Krita fork at the moment, because I have no idea. I might give you guys this, but it might be only available for Linux. Here's what I built. We need to do turn on. Or no, I asked this guy about it. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh, this was the one. Null paints runtime dependencies. Here's the real picture. The AI native Krita stack is 7 repos, 5 public and 2 private. What the heck? Core plugin, Trickery Krita, the fork itself, subject select tool, AI Docker, live in C++. Here, the AI plugin Bridge CLI makes it AI native. That one's under MIT. This one's under GPU license. Okay. Model microservices, null paint drives at runtime. Null speech to text. Voice
Stream
speech
tunes, Claude finished the task.
Public. Map model. Select subject person. Public. Segmentation model. Public. Model manager. On-demand model load park. Dbus. Ensure serving private. Trickery diffusion model in paint. Okay, so my Krita fork right now, you guys can get the thing where you can ask AI to just do like basic operations of like, hey, import these images, organize these layers this way, edit the text this way, toggle the visibility on these, export a PNG file. If I give you guys the repos for the Krita fork and the null paint plugin, it makes all of that possible, all the AI piloting Krita, but not through an MCP, piloting it through CLI commands. So I can give you guys that, but it looks like the AI like features are not working. I give you guys the fork, which is fine because there's the Krita diffusion plugin, does all the stuff that I was kind of rolling myself. So you don't need my AI stuff. So I need to split this up before I can give you. I'll give you guys Krita today if you want it. I think somebody asked about it earlier. However, you know, be aware that the AI driving it is just going to be doing basic Krita operations. It's not going to be able to do any AI related Krita operations until I figure out how to package it in a different way. But I'll still do a lot of stuff in Krita. For the Nightbot bundle, only the 5 public ones are linkable today. Model Manager, Diffusion, Model, or Private Generation on demand coding won't work for anyone. Cloning, yeah, I don't care about that stuff. They can just download the Krita Diffusion plugin instead. Copy paste public only. We don't need any of that stuff. Not part of the stack. Background removal and source capture, OBS plugins. Linux specific versus portable. This is what I was running. The code is 80% portable, but the plumbing that wires it together is Linux and KDE only. So it's a real port, not a recompile. Portable across Windows, Mac, Linux, the languages and images. Krita itself is cross-platform. Every fork is portable. Yep. Null paints in Krita half is PyKrita. Standard library socket, fully portable. External app, Python, blah, blah, blah. All cross-platform, diffusion engine. Segmentation model. What's the Linux KDE specific? The blockers. System D. User starts the 3 model services. Win needs a service launcher. Mac needs launch D. Dbus is the entire control path for model manager plus diffusion swap. Kwin window rules for null paint launch. No focus. KDE only. Kwrite config. Backend. Sudo works in Windows and Linux, not Mac. Mac would need Metal, Core ML, and bottom line of stream works on Linux. Okay, that's what I suspected. So I can't give you guys my custom Krita fork that the AI can control through CLI commands unless you're literally on Linux plus KDE Plasma desktop. For the most part. So this thing is not usable on Windows out of the box. I give out this GitHub repo. I'm still gonna put these repos into like a. It's gonna take me a day. I'm gonna figure out how to make this packaged by like tomorrow night or by like the Friday stream. We'll figure out how to package the Krita tool and the AI integration with Krita for you guys and have it work on both Windows and Linux. I can't do anything about Mac though. I don't have a Mac to test on. Yeah. Token maxing. Suspicious chatter. 0 Polygon game engine progress. Well, it's going well. That message looks like a bot message. He's not a bot. He's been here for a while. It does look like a bot message, though. That's a weird link. Yeah, nice. You got I'm GUI there for your editor interface on the engine. We got still screenshot here. Those sand dunes look pretty good. They got some good texture, man. Those clouds look good. They look better than the clouds in my engine. They look a little bit closer to Unreal's clouds. Not much you can do about sun. Sun's always just a glowing circle. Every game engine. It's a massive amount of settings. Nice. That would be awesome. Yeah, I'll package up my AI controllable Krita fork for you guys by like Friday. It looks like I'm gonna have to spend some tokens getting it to a point where it's distributable. How's it fully adjustable size and everything? Nice, man. So what is the underlying representation of the data if you're saying it's not polygon related? Is it just pixels? Just drawing pixels on screen? Some kind of simulation data underneath the hood? Wait for the limit reset. Do not do any more. Ooh, this guy finished right before we hit the cap. What does he say? What does he say? Done. The unified WebSocket transport. One persistent bidirectional WebSocket between the droplet and the hub, replacing both HTTP relays. Browser and engine legs are untouched. Only the hub. We're going to start getting codecs working on the video editor. We're going to start chewing through some codec tokens for that. Codecs freaking broke the session meter that I had in the bottom. I can't see my token usage for session. So stupid. I can only see my weekly usage. So I need to figure out what my session usage is by eyeballing the weekly usage. Let's see. Okay, back to here. One persistent bidirectional WebSocket, replacing both HTTP relays. Browser and engine legs are untouched. Only the hub site hop change. Site. Custom entry point wrapping the adapter node handler plus the WebSocket server runs instead of node build pilot link JS, the WebSocket bridge.
Codex finished investigating.
Split out so it's testable. Singletons. So server.js, a separate module graph, shares the exact instances. Pilot state bus, pilot bus, now global this singleton. So server.js, a separate module graph, shares the exact instances the SvelteKit routes use. Added on outbound replay present, hooks.server.ts, side effect imports the bus's ordering guarantee. Drop the dead route exemptions. Deleted the state ingest stream routes, added WebSocket dependency, Docker file, whatever. Hub, pilot link, TypeScript, WebSocket, client, dial barrier, reconnect back off, heartbeat, is the state sync, back pressure gated, full 20 hertz when healthy, coalesce drop when the socket stalls. Forward site engine input with the same validation as before. Verified locally, site prod build. Okay, the one thing to be aware of before deploy. Bridge smoke off. Recent full boot, real server, pages served through the wrapped handler. WebSocket accepts, rejects, bearer, refuses non-link path, survives churn, cross repo, end-to-end. The real hub client against the real site server, connect, present, replay, browser input engine, engine state browser, design doc, AI plans, 13 pilot, website transport, memory update. The one thing to be aware of before deploy, the site's entry point swap. Node build, node server is a whole site change. A broken entry point takes down all of Node.world. Not just the piloting, a whole site change, a broken entry point takes down the whole web server. It's standard adapter node custom server pattern. I boot tested. It was cool. Blah, 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 blah. Deploying a low, yeah, we're always in a low traffic window. It's fine. Deploy path when you're ready. Site via deploy, hub via git push. Rerun the CDP probe to confirm snapshot interval on 60 ms to 50 ms, and the rubber band is gone. Everything's uncommitted. Okay, we're out of Claude tokens. We're capped for the session. But this guy set up the framework of using a WebSocket now for all the traffic for you guys to be able to control these characters on the website without the severe rubber banding issues that are currently going on. It's not a great experience right now. So the WebSocket will fix it, but I'm out of tokens, so I can't deploy it. And it says if I try to deploy it right now, there's a high chance it could take the whole website down. if it got something wrong, which I'm sure it got something wrong on this first try. So we're going to hold off on the latency fix on this until my Claude resets later tonight. I'll do that off the stream. Yeah. 609. The other thing too, Codex did a little bit of work here on the video. Editor. We'll give Codex like 1 or 2 more prompts, and then I'm gonna run, you guys. It's gonna be the end of this stream. Hey, you might need to rebuild the example project that we've been referencing, which is here, by the way. The captions still aren't centered. Also, I'm still having an issue where when I click X to close it out, it's just locked up. Like I can't do anything at all. I think the save or don't save prompt is supposed to show up. This has been looked at multiple times by Claude and it still has been fixed. I don't know if the binary is out of date or this specific project file or what. Hook. Yeah, I think we're gonna start wrapping the stream up here, you guys, with my Claude session maxed. Also because I'm getting a little tired. We'll give it like 10 more minutes. I'll be here 10 more minutes. Let's catch up on chat. Okay, there's only one new message. Multitron. That is a randomly generated planet of the galaxy via random, endless, capable terrain. It only renders math instead of polygons. 0 polygon texture data loaded into GPU memory means virtually unlimited game-specific assets. Oh, okay. So it's same as like vector graphics, but 3-dimensional vector graphics. That's pretty cool. Now it makes sense. Math is everything. We're going to start wrapping the stream up here while Codex cooking, you guys. Let's find somebody to raid. We got a nice little healthy population here. 20 of you guys hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Today has been our Tuesday daytime stream. I'm going to make this a regular thing. We might start doing daytime slots on Wednesdays too, as long as I can. But I might be getting a job in a month or two, and then no more daytime streams, sadly. So enjoy them while you can. Who's this girl streaming? She literally has the tag Gremlin on her stream. She's tagged herself as a Gremlin. I've never rated CM Griffin, but I respect his hustle. It's a little more web appy. I might rate him one day to make friends with him. Never talked to him before. Jitspo, I think we'll raid. He's raided me plenty of times.
Codex wrapped up the investigation.
He's more game dev oriented. And I met Jitspo first at a game convention. We were showcasing games and we shared like a wall with our booths for the games that we were showing at the convention. It was pretty crazy. He is also from the Raleigh area, North Carolina game dev area. So we'll get ready to raid Jitspo in just a minute here. I raided Vash last Tuesday. We'll alternate. Bye, friends. Awesome stream, Bresky. Thanks, man. join stream. I'd have enjoy seeing them. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right. We'll do before we raid. You know, it said Codex finished whatever it was doing. Fixed and deploy. Confirmed the double click executable was stale. Didn't match the zig out bin. Null video. Rebuilt the reference project. Rebuilt restall null video shader. Add a script to close action station reliably. Let's see if it did this thing or not, and then I'll give you guys the marketing spiel. Tell you guys the schedule for all the future stuff before I go. What the plans are, so you know when to expect me next and what to expect next. Let's see if the captions are centered real quick, though. Oh, no. It didn't put it in the Bayes newest font. It put it in my Nuldrums font for all the captions. All the captions are in alien font in the editor on my side. That's not good. I still can't read my own font. I need to get on that. I asked it for this one, the clean one. It was like a typewriter looking one before. It was terrible. Funny. Okay. And the other thing we'll check is, can I actually close this thing now? No, it's still frozen on close. Hey, it's still frozen on close. I'm not seeing any kind of pop-up window or anything. I don't know why. It's just stuck. Yeah, after I end the stream, guys, well, I'm going to probably max my Codex session out on the video editor. I'm challenging myself to completely convert from Kdenlive to my own video editor for next week's YouTube shorts. This week's are still going to be in Kdenlive.
Ad break incoming.
Kdenlive's not bad. It's just literally like I can't scrub. It's so choppy. And even when I just hit the play button, like the FPS is like super chopped up. Okay, we'll wait for the ad break. And then I'll tell you guys the schedule for the rest of the week, what the plans are for the rest of the week. To recap, even though a bunch of you've already heard it like 5 times in today's stream, but the party. You guys should have redeems where you can use the drink emote or the dance. Do you have Twitch redeems for it? 10K in 5 hours in Insta. You're on your way, dude. You're gonna be like one of those random indie devs I see on Instagram, and I'm like, yo, how the hell did they just? How do they have like 80,000 followers for this random indie game? You're gonna be one of those guys.
Codex finished digging into it.
You've convinced me, Tuso, that when I do start taking one of the game projects seriously, rather than like just the stream as a whole, I should totally make a standalone social media page focused on each game, you know? And it seems the algo understands that type of account and those types of posts like really well. Faceless, just gameplay indie devlog clips. You're paving the way. Yeah, because then we can share the game page, the game 2. It's easier to share. It makes sense. We're partying. We're partying. We're partying. The big old party. All right, you guys. So this is going to be the end of the stream. We're going to go raid Jitspo, I believe. I'm going to give you guys the end of the stream recap. Tells you what else is coming up for the week for the schedule. Today was our Tuesday daytime stream. Tomorrow, I'll be streaming during my super late night slot time slot, which is terrible for pretty much everybody in the US unless you're a hyper night owl. But we tend to catch some crazy stream raids because the channel is way less crowded. Software and game dev channel is way less crowded around like midnight my time, between midnight and 2 a.m. Sometimes we catch some crazy raids. Latest one was Cyber Steffi raided us for 90 people one time during that time slot. So, yeah, and we catch all the European crowd as they wake up in the morning around midnight my time. So that's why we like doing these nightly streams. So we're gonna do nighttime slot tomorrow for Wednesday. It'll be another 6 to 7 hour block of time. Normal. I take Thursdays off. I got a video edit. My jobs, go to the gym. Friday and Saturday, we're gonna be doing nighttime streams as well. So yeah, so that's scheduled for the rest of the week. Other stuff that's happening. I have a second channel. I don't know how much I'll be on that second channel. Might be though. In all the off time in between this, if I still feel like streaming and working on stuff, I might work on some tedious like art related stuff, like whatever. On this channel, I might be applying to jobs. I might be doing video editing on the second channel. The kind of boring stuff, but if you're interested in that, any of that, feel free to follow and tune into that channel. That one has no schedule. Goes online randomly, no announcement, no nothing. Just have to be lucky enough to see it's live. So yeah. So these are the official times for this channel. Second one may or may not be on it. I don't know yet. But yeah, that's everything. And what else? And I'm planning on doing a community playtest and critique of like vibe coded game projects and apps and stuff, whatever you guys want to submit to me. I'm gonna start doing that like every 2 weeks, I'm hoping, and it's gonna be like 1 hour long. And it's gonna be like a running YouTube series, hopefully, that we can start getting going. I'm gonna do that 2 Saturdays from now. So I'm gonna keep telling everybody about it this week, because on Saturday this weekend, or probably Sunday, just so there's no confusion, probably Sunday, I'm going to open up a Google submission form for you guys if you want me to showcase and look at and critique, review, provide feedback on anything you guys are vibe coding, games or apps or whatever. Yeah, in the Discord, I will post the Google submission form for that on Sunday. And then we'll do that during this time slot the following Saturday. So like sometime in the morning, so we can catch hopefully a decent time for everybody involved. That'll be fun. Other stuff, yeah, join the Discord if you want constant updates. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you want to see some YouTube shorts, clips from the stream. I think we got like 3 clips today. You guys asked some good questions. Pretty dope. I appreciate it. Every time you guys ask good questions that I can provide a good answer for, makes for a nice little YouTube short to help grow the community of the channel. Appreciate it. All right. Is Jitspo still live? Is he still live? Still live. Let's give him a raid. Raid / raid. Jitspo. All right, guys. Out.